There's a place not far away where the sky is never gray, orange as the evening setting sun, a place that has a friend for everyone, where the smile will warm your heart and the people think about everything to make your dream come true. Everything is you. I believe that I can be all of the best, whatever I do, guaranteed to take the lead. All of the best, whatever I do, guaranteed, yes indeed. All of the best, whatever I do. Won't you take my hand and let me lead? Would you rather trust me? There's a place I long to be, where the air is wild and free. I can let my hair down and be me. Wouldn't you agree? I believe that whatever I do, to take the lead. All of the best things, whatever I do, guaranteed, yes indeed. To the best in whatever I do. Would you take my hand and let me lead? Would you rather trust me? Try to be way. Just sit your head. About and what happened for you. We aim to please the beast that guarantees trust that will be waiting for you. Welcome to the future. Guaranteed Trust Bank.
Guaranteed Trust Bank. Wouldn't you rather bank with us?
There's a place I long to be, where the air is wild and free. It's a little haven just for me. I can let my hair down and be me. Just a smile for a start, and it only takes a spark to begin a fire in your heart. Wouldn't you agree? I believe that I can be only the best in whatever I teach to take the lead. Only the best in whatever I do. Guaranteed, yes indeed, to be the best in whatever I do. There's a place not far away, where the sky is never gray, orange as the evening setting sun. A place that has a friend for everyone, where the sun in your heart and the people think about everything to make your dream come true. Everything is you. I believe that I can be only the best in whatever I do. Guaranteed to take the lead. Only the best in whatever I do. Guaranteed, yes indeed. Only the best in whatever I do. Won't you take my hand and let me lead? Would you rather trust me?
You know what? Spike the video is
There's a
separate.
place I long to be, where the air is wild and free. I can let my hair down and be me. Wouldn't you agree? I believe that I can be only the best in whatever I do. Guaranteed to take the lead. Only the best in whatever I do. Guaranteed, yes indeed, to be the best in whatever I do. Would you take my hand and let me lead? Would you rather trust me? Would you rather trust me?
Yeah, I will. Yeah, I am. It's on there. I'm right here. And yeah, it's
Even today, welcome to the world. You have a we can make your dreams come alive. Just come take a dive with me.
on this one.
We can change the world with a smile. So just set your mind at ease.
10 minutes.
We care about the things you care about, and we can make it happen for you. We aim to please the beast that guarantees trust that will be waiting for you. To the
Guaranteed Trust Bank.
I want to see that.
Wouldn't you rather bank with
So I
us?
think we would have to play it here. I want to be
to place where the air is wild and free. It's a little haven just for me. I can let my hair down and be me. Just a smile for a start. And it
Oh yeah, see, that's
only
what I want.
takes
Yeah,
a
that's all I
spark
want.
to
Only
begin
me.
a fire
So
in
that's
your
yeah,
heart.
so it's perfect.
Wouldn't
So
you
it's up there.
agree?
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
I
So we can turn it on.
believe that I can be only the
alright.
best in whatever I do. Guaranteed to take the lead. Only the best in whatever I do. Guaranteed, yes indeed, to be the best in whatever I do.
When I get here to putting it all together, that's a link, but I have it downloaded so that it doesn't have.
There's a place not
So when I get
far
to that video, I'll
away
just say,
where the sky is never
in the
gray,
video, but
orange
the
as the
video.
evening setting sun. A place that has a friend for everyone, where the smile will warm your heart, and the people think about everything to make your dream come true. Everything is you. I believe that I can be all of the best in whatever I do. Guaranteed to take the lead. Guaranteed, yes indeed, the best. To take my hand and let me lead. Would you rather trust me?
Let's try it.
There's a place I long to be, where the air is wild and free. I can let my hair down and be me. Wouldn't you agree? I believe that I can be one of the best in whatever I do. Guaranteed to take the lead. One of the best in whatever I do. Guaranteed, yes indeed, to be the best in whatever I do. Would you take my hand and let me lead? Would you rather trust me? Would you rather trust me?
Like it doesn't do anything.
I'm going to play as to what you don't recognize.
Oh, I need to be able to.
Flash.
Do I have a flash here too? My flash is over there.
Step into the future, even today. Welcome to the world where you have a say. Dream life, just come take a dive with me. We care everything. Come please. Trust that we'll be waiting for you.
And that's enough battery, isn't it?
Welcome to the future.
You have your charger.
Guaranteed Trust Bank.
Guaranteed Trust Bank. Wouldn't you rather bank with us?
Okay.
So when the sign comes, just
Thank you. Just
believe that I whatever I got the only what play orange ain't coming to take the only guess. Would you wait? There's a place for others. I believe that I do. There's a place that I can let her down and be me. Wouldn't you agree? I believe that I can be one of the best in whatever I do. Guaranteed to take the lead. One of the best in whatever I do. Guaranteed, yes indeed. To be the best in whatever I do. Would you take my hand and let me lead? Would you rather trust me? The super ever die. Ooh, but you but die. The super ever vibe. Would I lay my hand and let me be? Would I take my hand and let me be? Would I just trust me? Would you take my hand and lead? Would you trust me? Step into the future, even today. Welcome to the world where you have a say. We can make your dreams come alive. Just come take a dive with me. We can change the world with a smile. So just set your mind at ease. We care about the things you care about, and we can make it happen for you. There's a place I long to be, where the air is wild and free. It's a little haven just for me. I can let my head down and be me. Just a smile for a start, and it only takes a spark to begin a fire in your heart. Wouldn't you agree? Be got to take the lead on what right. Sky for everyone. Smile, everything is I do. Handle place I love where's why I really mean I can bet I do. Let me try to survive. Would you rather trust me? Step into the future, even today. Welcome to the world where you have a say. We can make your dreams come alive. Just come take a dive with me. We can change the world with a smile, so just set your mind at ease. We care about the things you care about, and we can make it happen for you. We aim to please and reach the guarantees. Trust that we'll be waiting for you. Welcome to the future. Guaranteed trust back. Just you agree. I setting sun. A place has a friend for your heart. Come in as you. I can be all of the best in whatever I do. Guaranteed to take the lead. All of the best in whatever I do. Guaranteed, yes indeed. Best in whatever I do. Won't you take let me you rather try. Would it take my hand and let me be? Would it just trust me? Would you take my hand and let me lead? Wouldn't you rather trust me? To even today, well, a world where you hate, we can make your dreams come alive. Just come take a dive with me. We can change the world with a smile, so just set your mind at ease. We care about the things you care about, and we can make it happen for you. We aim to please, to reach the guarantees, to trust that we'll be waiting for you. Welcome to the future. Guaranteed Trust Bank.
Guaranteed Trust Bank. Wouldn't you rather bank with us?
There's a place I long to be, where the air is wild and free. It's a little haven just for me. I can let my head down and be me. Just a smile for a start, and it only takes a spark to begin a fire in your heart. Wouldn't you agree? I believe that I can be only the best in whatever I do. Guaranteed to take the lead. Only the best in whatever I do. Guaranteed, yes indeed, to be the best in whatever I do.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the second day of the Gtbank Annual Autism Conference. May we please stand up for the national anthem. Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the annual Autism lot yesterday for the people who were here. Yes, it was interesting data and all coming out how it's obvious that more support are coming, and it was really, I'm sure today as well we're going to have a lot of learning for everybody here today. Time and teachers, few words.
Good morning. Morning, dear moms. Morning, dads. Morning to our friends from the United States. And good morning to our friends from various parts of Nigeria. It's a lot. And we just want to help. The greatest help we can give is to show that comfort. We cannot direct the wind. As somebody once said, it's God that can direct the wind. Maybe what we can do is to join hands and provide a sail. Maybe even the sail we can't provide, but at least we can try to direct the sail, join hands to help out, and just try to make things a little easier for those of us, you, our friends, that have to handle this. So that's what Gtbank is trying to do, to help out in our own little way. Over the next 9 days or so, you will have a chance to do a lot of consultation, apart from the conference that we're handling now. And just help too easy.
Thank you. I would not like to this morning for me a day.
The occasion of the today marks the 5th edition of the conference, which started in the year 2010. Autism is a developmental disorder that affects many aspects of a child's development: communication skills, social interaction, cognitive skill, and motor development. So, I'm interested in or in their own. Therefore, caring for an autistic child is a great parents or caregivers. It is inspiring political trade of autism, teaching non-violent. At this juncture, I should acknowledge the philanthropic and humanitarian gesture of the convener of this conference, sparing a thought for the advancement of the cause of the less privileged and the challenged individuals in our society is quite commendable on the part of a foremost financial institution like Guarantee Trust Bank. It should not be lost on us that through my non-governmental initiative known as the Uplift Foundation, first of Guarantee Trust Bank to improve the lot of the less privileged ones in the society by reaching out to them. In the light of the foregoing, this commendable initiative should be emulated by other corporate organizations and individuals as part of their corporate social responsibility to the society and the communities which they serve. This annual conference has been an eye-opener to parents of children with autism and many who probably knew little or nothing about the disorder. The theme of this year's conference, Bridging Gaps and Transforming Lives, is important and relevant to the challenges facing parents as well as children with autism disorder. If we had to truly realize this thing in of autism spectrum disorder on both the electronic and the print media, including the social media, in order to make people understand affected individuals and also where to get assistance where needed. When people are educated and highlighting about the disorder, there would be a great reduction in stigmatization and more support for children and individuals for the disorder. In conclusion, I would like to appeal to our pregnant women to always attend advice to avoid complications. Also, it is important that parents or caregivers with autistic children thank you.
Hello, good morning. Thank you very much, Ma. Really pleased to have you here and to just have this brief few words with us. Okay, so very quickly, we're going to go into our first presentation this morning, and I'm going to invite Dr. Ruth Brand-Flew. She's going to talk about intellectually disabled versus active but odd autism in reality. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everybody. I'm Ruth Brand-Flew. I'm a freelancing, a consultant, developmental years experience in autism, which is my very special interest. The title, to start with the title, for example, a name for autism is, for example, active but odd. It's obviously not a very nice naming for autism, and we have to be really very careful. So I will talk about the different versions of autism. I will also talk about developmental disorders. I will be talking about the medical aspects of autism and the medical complications, the medical care, and the confusion about what autism and other developmental disorders can be. Quite a large part will also be about treatment. So I've already mentioned what we are going to do, and I'll come to that. So, autism situation where people who do not and increase the prevalence of autism not 8 with told atypical development clinical so you make the diagnosis degree of as well. Often that to diagnose. Also, many clinicians tend to talk about comorbidity, and what is meant by that is that they have got autism, but also other conditions. But if you really look at the other conditions, some of the conditions can also be part of the autism. For example, what we hear a lot about ADHD. And, but if you get a closer look at the ADHD and autism, and you just ask one question about whether the person is able to hyper-focus on certain special interests, then you often get the answer, yes, when he is playing with this little toy, or when he's watching telly. Even infants, even babies, they can focus for about an hour, which is almost abnormal for such a small child. If that's the case, then you need to start also, in ADHD, one of another characteristic of ADHD is impulsivity. However, you can also have impulsive reactions when you don't understand other people very well. So I may have an impulse or a feeling to start dancing and jump around, but because of my social understanding, I will not be doing that. So if you also ask the right question, whether the impulsivity is related to not understanding how to behave in public, then you get a very different answer. Also, you can also accept a person sense all need where you could the way to feel yourself better in space is to move about as much as possible. So at least then you know where you are in space. I'll come to that. The lesson and medication. Sometimes I have to prescribe. It's not a bad thing. But we all know that sometimes the prescribing goes over the top. And I also mentioned ADHD and prescribing in relation to autism because the prescribing has to be done in a different way. You sometimes need different types of tablets and much lower doses. But again, when I'm going to talk about treatment, I'll definitely discuss that. So, we've got autism and you've got ADHD. You've got eating problems. Sometimes, when they're older, they also get a diagnosis of an eating disorder. However, if you really look at that, it could be a sensory problem, that they don't tolerate the texture, or they don't like the smell of the food. Sometimes they also have got certain very soft medical problems. They struggle to swallow, or they tend to gag their food very easily, or it takes them a lot of time to eat, hours and hours, and everybody is always so impatient. So that's a little bit about the eating problem. Mood regulation. When you have autism, you don't understand the world. Everybody is talking to you with lots of facial expressions you don't really understand. Are they angry with me? Are they going to punish me? They're confused about words. They're confused about how to behave spontaneously. Because yesterday, when I made a joke, it was ever so funny. And today, whilst I'm at a funeral, I don't understand. It's not so. I don't recognize too many lights and too many colors and all that. And overload. You're bound to so anxiety. Also get the happens then can get treatment times for more going that is of the to different obsession sorted very normal you see fear of domination of done for story lying why and how we feel about it, and also trying to normalize those excessive fears. Okay, and I think we need the next slide now. So, yeah, you can have the full autism spectrum disorder. I'm not going to get into all the details about full autism because you have heard it before. You also can have developmental disorders. I mentioned the ADHD, motor coordination disorder. So they're actually quite normal in the motor development, but they're quite clumsy. They may not be able to open a door when they're holding something in their hand at the same time. And they open the door like very confused. Tic disorders, dyspraxia, that means that they know what they want to do, but they don't know how to do it, how to go about it. a reading disorder. I just mentioned this because this is very important for in the classroom. You can either have even children with learning disability who have hyperlexia. They start reading before they can properly talk. Or you have got people who read really extremely well, but they never ever understand what they read. Going to deal with situation, because what you will be hearing from the teacher is very bright. When I explain things to him, and he reads so well. The other people with reading disorders who don't ever remember what they read. And then you've got smaller learning difficulties and isolation, maybe people who do not have a time concept at all and don't understand at all or understand the chronology of events. So that is very confusing, because to think logically, we need to understand chronology. If I walk with my eyes closed, for example, then I may fall over or something like that. But when events can be reversed or random, then you will not know whether I'm here at this very moment because I walked to the stage, or I came here by car, or was it the other way around? I'm mentioning that because in the older individuals, that can result in psychotic-like features, as if the person, sometimes the person is maybe telling lies or saying something that so-called didn't happen. But it had happened, but maybe not yesterday, as they are saying. It happened 3 years ago. Anyway, and in the developmental disorders, you also get a mixture of lots. In the past, that was called minimal brain damage. They've got a little bit of ADHD. They've got a bit of problems with their memory, etc. So yesterday there was a talk about brain function. There are lots of controversialities about brain function because I'll show, as I already showed you a little bit, autism is a mixture of lots of different difficulties. So you can never really prove which part of the brain is abnormal in its anatomy or in its functioning. There are also certain brain problems, maybe hydrocephaly, which can result in autism. But it is definitely a problem of the brain connections, how the wiring of the brain. Sometimes immature brain cells, which are good for infant or even for a fetus, continue to exist. What happens in the brain? The brain, when it develops, matures, sculpted. So it gets certain brain cells have to die for the brain to mature and to specialize in different functions. So what are the shapers of the autism presentation? And I apologize for this slide because it's hardly readable. But what I'm showing, if I start with the bottom circle, that is about autism. Let's see, that's about the social communication. And then the second circle is about the additional autism problems. And then also what we should never forget, people with autism also have got personalities. And life experiences are also the positive and the negative. Of course, sometimes a lot of trauma, because they sometimes attract bullying or made fun of, or they're made to do things. they don't want to do, which gets them into trouble. They can't defend themselves very well. Then you've got the environment, school, and you've got family. So it really depends on how school and family is like. And it's not about blame as well. Families often have had or still have a very hard life. Lots of bereavement, or so somebody in the family has got alcohol problems, they have financial problems, etc. If you look in the wider environment, then we're looking at society. And we know that society is not always very friendly. Can be very sort of, you can get stigma, and how come you have got such a child? And I've got, all my children are going to university, you get this competition. You get cultural issues as well, and then you've got the spiritual. And I'd like to mention just one example, which is we tend to maybe put autism too much in a bad daylight, this condition and what causes this, and we need to cure it. How will individuals with autism feel for that to be talked about in that way? Nobody talks about what is the reason for left-handedness, let's cure left-handedness, etc. I need to say again that autism has a place in society, and maybe, very probably, also a very special spiritual place in society. Because what I have noticed in many people, whether they're parents or friends or professionals who are very engrossed with autism, I've almost have to finish. Oh gosh. Okay, well, I've had that say. How many minutes? I have to stop now? 2 minutes, okay. I have to skip this. They see things differently. We can talk about this later. They can get overloaded by emotions. We've talked about this. Chromosomal disorders, brain damage. Does the MMR injection cause autism? Then that should be the case with everybody, but you've got vulnerable people. Okay, a little bit then about, let's stick to the musical interventions which we did last year. I give a few examples. You can sing to the person. So say the child is called Oyara, the child comes to the clinic and he says, "Hello, Oyara, are you coming to see me now?" And so I had lots of those musical talks with those children, and suddenly some of them would say, "How are you?" And they had never said, "How are you?" before. I had an Italian child who sat very seriously mute, just a heap of toys on his lap, not talking, and the dad tried to get him to talk, and he was very musical. So I asked the dad, Italian dad, to sing to him. And I said, "Dad, just you need to sing to your son, what do you have in your hand, my son? What do you have in your hand?" Dramatic. And suddenly, the child started talking, and he started playing. There's so much you can do with your voice. I can talk in a very chaotic way, and I'm really sort of very angry, or I can talk in a melodious, soft, rhythmic way. I can also walk chaotically, or my movements can be rounded and quiet and rhythmic. And I have seen children just calming down. I'm talking now about last year, a child with an ADHD problem. All over the place, I was running after him. And in the end, he gave up, and he just sat down, breathing deeply. I think I have to stop now, don't I? So, unfortunately, sorry, I got carried away with a medical... More, okay. Can I, 5 minutes? 5 minutes, okay. Thank you for that. Okay. I mean, you have the slides of the other information anyway. Sorry, I always get carried away. Intensive interaction. And we can practice that later in the break as well. It's very important because it's a very easy to do interaction. Infants, babies, they don't know about behavior. And the way we automatically interact with a baby is that we copy and we change the behavior. So the baby looks a bit and we look a bit, or the baby does this and we do that, and you get those baby games. In autism, even in the very intelligent ones, and 40 plus, 50 plus, they may still be stuck in that infant development. So you have to go back to that development and interact in that way. So even when you've got a child who is sometimes really serious, isn't it? He is maybe head banging. Then you just, you copy, not completely the head banging, and you follow the rhythm. Maybe you use your fist on something, or you use a pen or whatever, and you follow the same rhythm. And there was one child biting, scratching, lots of problems. And the nurse tried to teach her how to play with Lego with all those blocks. But she was making noise. So I took one of them and made a different kind of noise. Mom, who had postnatal depression, I was very passive. I asked her to also follow her rhythm and make it faster and all that. And I asked the nurse to engage as well. And within 10 minutes, we had a jamming session. And within 20 minutes, she stood there in the and she had not really any speech. The complicated can be very as well. It's not again but I strongly believe, as you all have said already before, the interpersonal, the way you communicate, and the way you use yourself as extremely important. Was also a child severe learning disabilities who hardly speaks any English, but he likes French and is better in French than in English. And I thought, what is this? Why French? And then I thought, French is quite melodious. And I thought maybe he likes the French R. He was sitting in front of me making lots of scribbles. And I decided to look at the scribbles. And yes, this child had savant skills, amazing pictures. And I started communicating to him. Oh, that's a French car. Oh, that's a French house. That's a French whatever. And then he said, no, that's not a French man, that's a French magician. I think I'll leave it here. We'll talk, I hope.
Okay, thank you very much, Doctor.
I've got a little bit of ADHD, as you can see.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ruth. Okay, we have the opportunity to ask the doctor some questions. Who has any questions, please? Okay, one over here.
Thank you very much. My name is Ojo Lucian from International Drug Counseling Center, Obafemi Awolowo Teaching Hospital. I actually want to ask a question about this attention deficit hypersensitive disorder. I went into a research some times ago, and I discovered that it is not all people that are, as in children that with ADHD or maybe OCD are also autistic. Not all. Like, take for instance, somebody who spent 3 hours playing a game, like a little child who spent 3 hours every day wanting to stay on a game. Can you really say that kind of child is maybe a patient of ADHD or maybe a patient of OCD, that's obsessive compulsive disorder? I would like you to actually differentiate between the two as regard autism. And secondly, you can get my question?
I didn't get the question because it's an echo on the voice. So is there anybody who can tell me what the question is?
Okay, let me make myself clear. I'm talking about children with OCD, that's obsessive compulsive disorder. I was even expecting you to emphasize on that, you never did. Obsessive compulsive disorder. As in differentiating between ADHD, that's attention deficit hypersensitive disorder, that's the ADHD, as in the difference between the two. And not all child that have OCD or ADHD are autistic. That's what I'm saying. Not all. There are some that are a patient of ADHD or OCD. I mean, like spending 3 hours playing games, but they are not autistic.
You're right about that. I mentioned autism and then the other problems as well. But that doesn't say, of course, you've got separate eating disorder, separate ADHD, separate obsessive compulsive, which has nothing to do with it, ADHD. But I was coming from the ADHD and other conditions which may be separate or part of autism.
Secondly, my question wants to go to Marcus. I'm sorry, I'm trying to say this. We should do a root cause analysis because I want to make a case study of Dr. Ben Carson. A woman during the trimester USS, and they discovered that the embryo is having hydrocephalus. They were able to take the case, they were able to treat the child even while the pregnancy is still on. Now, they were actually recommending about our woman going for antenatal women today. We have here, not because, but medical, take for it, body, what they are doing specific this ultrasound tell you the fetal and a support group, blah blah blah. No, we something about yes, proper diagnostic cues, so that I like my wife now. I'm like I'm going to get married soon, but because I don't like a situation whereby like, okay, one more question, please. Oh my God. Think
somebody in that sometimes complicate this out. I want to bringing because I think you very
autism hereditary? I said, is hereditary? Can you inherit it, as in maybe from generation to generations like that?
It is the core features of autism will not change, but there are certain features in the very, very early development, certain aspects of empathy, of understanding that another person can be in pain, can be upset and all that. There are ways of training the person to be a bit more understanding. What was the question? The very core features, they are inherited, yes. Yeah, that's what, yes, it is not like 100%, it can happen. Sometimes it occurs in one generation and then 2 generations down the line, or you get it in many family members, but they only have got a few traits. One person has got full-blown autism, maybe 3 siblings have got also full-blown, or you've got lots of family members have got slight problems with eye contact or understanding people or understanding language. But it's usually, yes, it is a hereditary condition, but it can also sometimes certainly occur. It will never be proven because there are, for example, also named genetic conditions which cause autism as well. It will never be proven because autism is such a complex condition with so many different presentations.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ruth. And ladies and gentlemen, we'll have a full question and answer session at, from 2:50. So from 2:50 p.m. we have question and answer for an hour, 2 hours. We can all ask all our questions completely into for questions in the morning. 30 minutes as for refreshment. Sorry? Okay. And okay, then we'll have BVN registration again today. I know the deadline has been extended. Yesterday, everyone was happy when we said we would have BVN registration here. So the deadline has been extended, but you can still do it. Just do it now. Don't wait till October 13th, please, everyone. So just do it if you still haven't registered for BVN. We'll have it again today. We have Wi-Fi, free Wi-Fi again, provided by Smile. The password, it has been changed. Yeah, so the first 32 people to log on, the password is keep smiling on. So it has been changed. It's keep smiling on today. All lower caps, all small caps, keep smiling on. I'm sure it's probably completely fully booked right now. And okay, so after the tea break, please be reminded, we then have the breakout sessions. The sessions that will be going on, the sessions will go on in this Shell Hall and Ajip Hall, the same hall, the hall where we did the registration yesterday. So you can see, if you refer to your brochure, the sessions that will go on today at the Shell Hall right after the tea break. The first session coming up is the behavioral training and management, elopement and wandering prevention. That's by Dr. Diola Fayemi, and that would happen. That's the first session right after tea break in the Shell Hall. And the Ajip Hall would have social justice, Education Quality and Access to Technology by Dr. Marcus Tillery. And that will take place in the Ajip Hall right after tea break today. So the time is 27. Say we convene back at 11 or 5 past 11, so 30 minutes. To keep with you, keep your you please. Anything available on the website www.gtbank.com/autism. All the slides for the presentations will be available on our website. So let's go for a tea break and then we'll come back 5 minutes past 11. Thank you.
There's a place I long to be, where the air's wild and free. I can let me play down. Do you agree? I believe can be. Welcome to the world where you have these. Into the future today. Welcome to the world where you can say, make your dreams come alive. Just come take a dive with me. We can change the world with a smile, so just set your mind at ease. We care about the things you care about. into the future. Guaranteed Trust Bank.
Guaranteed Trust Bank. Wouldn't you rather bank with us?
There's a place I long to be, where the air is wild and free. It's a little haven just for me. I can let my head down and smile, start, and it only takes a spark to begin the fire. You can be free. I can let my hair down and be step into the future, even today. Welcome to the world where you have a say. We can make your dreams come alive. Just come take a dive with me. We can change the world with a smile, so just set your mind at ease. We care about the things you care about, and we can make it happen for you. We aim to please the beast with guarantees, trust that we'll be waiting for you.
Wouldn't you rather?
And the people
for Nigeria, I would definitely bring back. So it's going to be a win-win situation. Just to give you an overview of what I'm going to be talking about, the phenomenon of wandering and elopement in autism. It is one of those areas that in behavioral management, there'll be some recommendations and strategies and what we can do as next steps. I also want to say that a few of my colleagues question behavior to leave the safety of a responsible person's care or a safe area, which can result in potential harm and injury. And when we're talking about this, it's also sometimes used interchangeably with elopement, not the man and the wife elopement, where that goal directed, non-goal directed, and most dangerous action. You know there are banks other that we'll talk a little bit more. At the literature, what I found mostly was about it, and I can assure you that there's no person that it was not smiling, it was not afraid, just there. I screeched to a halt, and I was wondering if this could be real, for real. Now, what are some of the things that will occur to you being a Nigerian and seeing that kind of a person in front of you? Tell me, come on now, you know how we think. You see, this is the Emery. One shemi, me, all of those kind of things. But the child, even when the mom came running, still was not crying, still was not making any facial expression. I bet when I think back that to save the child, a normal child, and it may be a symptom of maybe a child that has wandered off because of autism. I found this on about Cameroon. There's a particular non-profit that's trying to help children in Cameroon with autism. It says that according to medical personnel, believes about made it difficult to handle those, since it must be treated, sometimes in fear. And autistic people in Cameroon commonly live in appalling conditions. Sometimes they're subject to attack. People around that's a sad. The tide school that we school children in Africa as well. This 4-year-old child went with her his parents to start the wedding preparations for his much older sister, and they had finished and they were loading up the truck. I couldn't find specialized. 40% of them fingered supernatural causes, ancestral spirits, enemies, sinning, or the action of the devil. In the USA, there are many, many cases of wandering through. These are well publicized, usually, and there are many systems in place to help them. But that doesn't mean that dangers don't occur and deaths don't occur from wandering. Well, this autistic child found unharmed. So there is hope if we can get the right behaviors in place, and if we make sure that we have structures in place, physical structures, as well as the whole community coming to be aware of this. 69% of they are 49. So more than 1/3 of ASD children who wander are or rarely able to communicate their name, addresses, and phone number. So if you just see the child, you don't know where they come from, and you don't know what to do because they cannot communicate. 1/3 of them. Was ranked among the most stressful ASD behaviors by 58% of who these children with 8 more likely to elope between the ages of 7 and 10 than their typically developing siblings. So it doesn't matter that they have other siblings, they just wander and leave or elope and all that. And half of families with elopers report that they have never received advice or guidance about elopement from a professional. 10% have the physician. You know, the difference. You can isolate the fact that causes them to wander or elope. As we already know, autism is an invisible disability, and usually no outward physical appearance, characteristics. The mannerisms are different from typical people, and so may be misinterpreted or misunderstood. Onlookers may make assumptions or be critical of odd or unruly behaviors. And when somebody with autism elopes, they may not know what to do or how to seek help. They may not be able to communicate any contact information, may obviously not react well in emergency. They don't know anything about safety, may not recognize danger or have any fear about anything, may have a high tolerance for pain, heat and cold, may react poorly to changes in routine, may likely flail against physical restraint. They also have other medical conditions, as we heard this morning, and they may be, about half of them may be on medication. They may not respond to commands, may flee when approached. Even when you want to help them, they may flee from you. Or they may inappropriately run towards you, attack you, because of whatever sensory motivations are going on, may invade your personal space, repeat words or body language of law enforcement officers. If police officers or law enforcement officers want to help them, they may not know how to react to them, may answer no or why to all questions, may not recognize that, you know, who's trying to help them, and their behaviors, of course, does not make it easy for anybody to know exactly what's going on. Lastly, they are attracted to water, reflections, shiny objects, or high places. The last statement, the last bullet is really important to note. You would see that when you're talking about wandering, a lot of children end up in streams, in swimming pools, in ponds when they wander, because they're attracted to water. So you have to be aware of this. Some people have done research. They say it happens in the summer months. It's always warm in Nigeria, so I don't know what that means. But some research have found that from the National Autism Association. that it may happen when events are happening. You know, we do a lot of parties and celebrations. It's big. We're big on that in Nigeria. When that's happening and people get distracted, that's the time that wandering happens for children with autism, because first of all, you are distracted. Secondly, there's a lot going on. There's a lot of sensory input for them, and they may just want to escape from that area. So Mother's Day, Memorial Day, when we celebrate in the US, and other warm climate holidays are good times for children with autism to wander. During family gatherings, something different is happening. We have a party going on, there are outdoor activities, they may get agitated and run and flee, bolt. When you go to non-home settings that they're used to, such as a friend's house or on vacation, those are some of the trigger events. When you move to a new home, something different from what they're used to, that's a good time for them. When you renovate something, maybe there was a door here, you moved it to that side, you know, it's different. During classroom transitions, when they're in school, when they're moving, during times of, or when escalation triggers arise, typically when they run away from it. So they may be going to places where they enjoy, going back to that place. They have no idea of how long it is to get there, but that idea is in their head of that was an enjoyable place. I'm going back there. They don't know how to get there, but they are going back there. They're trying to get there. They may be exploring, just looking. They may try to get to a place, like I said, that they enjoy, like a pond. They may be running away from a situation that causes stress. For example, being asked to do something at school, getting away from a loud noise that's repeated. I'm sure some of you, who are some of the people? I was talking to somebody yesterday, and she said she doesn't react well to some loud noises, like somebody scraping paper all the time. How many people sometimes get, when people are shredding, I cannot stand around when somebody's shredding paper. That sound drives me. So I just close my door or run away from the place. You can imagine somebody with autism, how much more magnified that would be. So they may run away from loud noise. They may be going to see something interesting. For example, there's a new sign, there's a new road, there's an ice cream van that comes in that area. They may be going there to see that. But they don't know exactly how to get there. But that's what the communication is, that's where they're going. So we have a lot of drowning, exposures, dehydration, traffic injuries, and so when they types of supervision. I came across this and I thought it was a very good way to kind of consolidate all what has been found as ways to prevent and respond to wandering. There are 12 of them. It's by the National Autism Association, so you can Google it later and see exactly in more details what it says. It says, understand why they are wandering and try to eliminate whatever that is. Always teach safety. Always secure your home. Consider having a personal locator, something that maybe on the child or the individual with autism where you can locate them. ID materials that are on them so that people will know who they are. Consider having swimming lessons. I've already said that they like water, so that's something you should consider. Alert neighbors. This is not the time to try and keep a child or to from stopping people from knowing, because there's no shame in it. We're all human beings. And if the neighbor can help you, why not let them know how they can? You'll be surprised at what kind of kindness you can receive from strangers. So alert the neighbors. Alert first responders, maybe security people in the neighborhood, the gate man, Olode, and all the people around. Let them know that in whichever way you can. initiate tag, make is responsible. They can really find ways round if they are a place. Okay, experiences about what and no, it's secure. Very much synopsis. Some of them are big. So understand each safe have a false actually language behaviors has limited use child of one on a piece of paper. In your windows and they may have things that they these are skills to help to prevent and this can check first with you. If it's instance, see, is this person likely to wander? If you're a behavior analyst, for example, you can go through that and see. You can know what the triggers are for behavior. Some of them are something going on and affecting them. There are strangers in the house, they're running away from them. There's proximity, too close to something, they want to get away from it. Chaos, no order, they're trying to get away. Being honored may be too much for them, so that may be something that's affecting them in a sensory way as well. Social stories are very useful for people with autism. Down the side figures, I don't know, but they're website figures. Likes to run. That worry. Dala will before the happy ending of the story is everyone is safe to the child. Like everybody, there's a particular website here, and I know you're going to have this going before teach the start with the first drawing. Before we go, we move away from trouble, we get help to find safety. Some of these things, if you associate these things with the drawing in their heads, you remember they think in concrete pictorial terms, these things may be able to stick so that they don't wander like they normally would be their tendency to do. Consider getting the dog, because the dogs, the research, it's not a cure for autism like Dr. Armstrong said yesterday, but it has been shown to be a very good therapy. There are dogs that are trained to bark when they see the child about to open the door or about to go away. The dog may be so trained to make sure. And then, of course, there's the attachments to pets that you see in children with autism. So it's good to have a kind of pet like that too, that they're attracted to, they love, it's cozy, and help them stay grounded. Just to show you how these behavioral skills are important, I saw this particular one from a behavioral consultant that talked about a young man who was always eloping. He would run, and we could not figure out why he was running. Unfortunately, this running was both scary and dangerous. We worked to try and figure out why he was running and why we couldn't decide to try and teach him how to ask to run. Or we decided to teach him how to ask to run. Once we opened the door up, he would ask before he. That's when he run. Now is the time to run. Check first. Now you can run. And sometimes the parent would run with him. It wasn't the perfect solution, but it worked to keep him safe. And that was the best we could do at the time. And it worked. So, children with autism. Some of them are here. I hope you will ask the question. I wanted to go through the behavioral things to prevent wandering. Swimming lessons. I know there are some swimming lessons here. It's not the cure. And even the American Academy of Pediatrics doesn't say you have swimming is going to help you. But if the child can swim and they're attracted to water and you are not there, is that a good thing? Yes, so I think, but don't expect that because they know how to swim, that they're safe. If you own a pool, put a fence around it. Remove all toys or items of interest from the pool when not in use. And if you have neighbors with pools or you have and drown around your child, where the child all sense they can't talk today, next able to turn that knob. You have a false sense. More importantly, have a family wondering what happened. There's some physical structural things like that I was able to at least of 12. Secure your home at all times, have a personal locator, ID bracelets, secure external settings. There are many, many things. I know some of them may not exist here, but there are many, many things that you could have that are physical and structural that you can acquire and put on the child. Alert cards, medical ID bracelets, voice IDs, some of them, I haven't seen any here, but I've seen some in the States. Iron-on labels, even temporary tattoos that you can take off. If it's a high commotion event, maybe a party where you can't, you know that something may happen, you may have something that you can take off later, a tattoo on the child. Later, of course, this is the chain link fence for where they have swimming pools. Locks, some of them, a chime, like when they want to open the door, there's a chime. Or child locks. There are a lot of this for children. Or the stop sign. If they associate stop with don't go any further and you hang it on the door, that helps too. Those are some of the structural ways you can help. You can get them. In the US, I've seen this kind of signs where they say autistic child in the area. I don't know if that will work in Nigeria. We can talk about this later. I don't think it will. Because there's a lot of stigma and even, but it's good for you to know that there can be signs. There may be some neighborhoods actually in Nigeria where it can work, but not in general. This is not something that you can have with the masses. Autistic child in the area, they say, what's this, what's that? But it's good for you to know that in some neighborhoods, it's possible to put this up. And, you know, especially if it's a very friendly neighborhood where everybody knows the other and they can help. You can have help from the strangest places, so don't discount anything. And there's a project called Project Lifesaver, where there's a tracking device that's put on the child, and if a child goes missing, there are some law enforcement people who when they turn on something, when the child is missing, the tracking device is activated and they know where the child is. It's a good business for someone in this audience. You know, yes, if you don't have it yet, it's something you can explore, because you'll be surprised at how many, because it's not just autism that, people with autism that tend to wander. People with Alzheimer's, you know, Down syndrome, kinds of do want to consider that security. If you already have a security firm, it's easy to then have that tracking device as a, you know, a place of diversifying your business. Just a thought. So this is a tracking device that's put, it looks like a watch. And there are all kinds of signs, you know, to say, I have autism, there's emergency alert, and so on and so forth. You can look at this up when these things come up. There's also GPS. I tried to get some of the websites for you. Community things. Alert neighbors, alert first responders, initiate tag, you are it. You know, this is coming up again. And learn from others. I've already talked about how you can ask your neighbor. You can have a get together and tell them what's going on. There's some equipment that look like smoke detectors where you can, that you can actually have a voice put on it. There's something that's called Amber Alert in the US, where if a child goes missing, there's an alert system. I hope that goes missing, so that during there was a way on the they probably of something the circumstance child for that, so having that the list of initiatives do. So look for that in the slides. The called the big. If you look at it on sources, you can look for that will help you. Just can be because systems. I think we should about what U.S. Content was a and so Schumer optional to be school administrators. It provides training to law enforcement agencies, and it provides response tools and training and technology, tracking technology for children with autism. So it's good for you to know that it's possible for you to agitate. California, there's a program for, actually it's for people, older people who go missing, 65 years of age or older. But it's been expanded. There's a proposal that was signed into law just last year that has expanded it to more than just older people, but people with Alzheimer's, cognitive impairments, ASD, and developmental disabilities. So if it may not be just for autism, it may just be for a number of disabilities, or people who tend to wander as well. This was successfully signed into law last year, so why not Nigeria? Or a list of organizations that can help. So the lessons meant connect the dots, experts to help with the presentation. So she's coming. Questions?
Questions, please? Anyone? Okay.
Thank you very much for that presentation.
Thank you.
My name is Tola. I have an autistic child who is 14 years old. And
How
all
old?
these characteristics are what he exhibits. My fear is this, because he's non-verbal, he's not communicating. At times he may be hyperactive.
He's not communicating.
It's not communicating.
Okay.
But I don't know, because we seem very, very dicey in even taking him out, because he doesn't stay in one position, and we have to make somebody to be with him at all the time, except in the house. In the house, we have gates, we have big fence. At times, he may want to even jump the fence at times. But I'm very, very scared about all this that you said, because I don't know whether it can be established in Nigeria for now. I don't know what's going to happen, because even if you take in when you want to is no very, I don't
That's so the doing is right before what happened and attention they chase him, and that's him. Really fun to hear him the behavior. I'll bring my phone, watch my peripheral vision, ignoring them. Child runs or towards gun. But otherwise, that kid is not getting enforced. I'm not running. I'm just walking, doing my own thing. So the first thing that I would say to do is figure out what's happening. Even if it's sensory input, and figure out what you're doing after that's maintaining that behavior. That's how you start any approach. If you'd like, we can discuss more after. Is that? He doesn't understand.
The child.
Not run away, do not injure. We have on our path them. They're not running. If you're not running after to the mall, into the shelter, and she was giving it running or and I'm ignoring her, but just watching. And someone said, "Oh, this little girl is lost." I'm like, "No, she's not lost. I'm right here." But just do not watch from the side, but do not run, because even children who are not autistic love to have someone running after them. How many of us wouldn't like somebody running after us too?
Mine is, apart from running, as in, there are times that ASD children would see fan and want to put their hand in the fan. So how do I make that child aware of such dangers? Some will just see a car and want to run in front of the car. So how do I make that child aware that this thing is danger? You ought not to go near there. Thank you.
Yeah, go ahead. I have
Talk about it. Talk about it, talk about it, talk about it. Talk about it around them every single day. Talk about it. My nephew used to love to run behind my car while I was backing out, which scared the bejeebies out of me. Out of my car, him, because scared of my voice by the car.
I told you before that you have these things happen. Definitely make sure you have this once.
Femi Agbola, actually, and I'm currently working on autism with some neurologists and psychologists at Luth. Something's bothered me, and it has to do with elopement and wandering. Okay. They told me, somebody told me that autistic people don't have a mind of their own. So I got worried. Say, if you don't have a mind of your own, that means you don't have a soul. Is that really, really true? Because if you have a mind of your own, you will be a little bit cultured and listen to instruction. I said, I can't accept that.
Yes, I'm glad that you've come to this seminar and that you will be able to take back the information that it's not that they don't have a mind. This is the thinking. Thank you.
One of the I told the nanny I would now my I look a calm, not a at all. Just kept going. The dog also kept behind us. So just and the dog. So at a point I said, the nanny. So as soon as we stopped, the next thing that came out was, oh, I said, good. Before now, I'd worked with him for about 2 years plus, and it looked like nothing was happening. At any point in time, if he has to say anything, he's so silent, very silent, and it gives me so much worry that with all that has been done with to get this while, really words, it can make 3-letter words severally. How do I go about that? Excellently well, such that it gives, gives it out in words. My second question is, I have another child who walks on his toes extraordinarily. I've done several brushing. We've done several texture examinations, hard surfaces, rough surfaces, smooth surfaces, and all of that. What other things should I do? I want to know.
She's got. Okay, she wants to answer the question. Do you want to answer? Do you want to say one or two things just to answer? Yeah, I want you to. She's going to talk about this in the afternoon, but she just wants to give you a brief answer.
I'm Erica Daniels. I'm an occupational therapist. I'm not necessarily going to talk about toe walking, but what I tell my parents that have kids that have issues with toe walking, it sounds like this little girl is functioning. She's walking down the street. She's able to run. She's able to walk, crawl. It's not an issue. It sounds like her focus should be on speech, the things that you're focusing on in the social interaction. If her physician is telling you that she's not having shortening of the Achilles tendon or it's not causing any physical damage, it's not an issue. Toe walking is still one of those phenomenons that we just don't understand why that child is doing some movement into their area of focus. You can remind walk on your striking necessarily.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sutton. Board said and he's getting for good line of training.
There's a it's a little for me. I can let my
Yes. Sorry, just to let you know that the other program that's scheduled to take place in the IGP Hall is Care for Children Living with Autism, what parents and caregivers need to know. That's taking place in the IGP Hall behind us.
Let me see the one.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. It's not very loud. Well, thank you very much for having me back again. Thank you very much for having me back again. This is my 4th time to visit your country and to be part of this wonderful conference. I want to thank Guarantee Trust for including me. as well as Blazing Trails. I'm going to talk to you this afternoon about a very difficult type of topic. We've heard a lot about what autism is and what it isn't, and I think I would like to spend some time today going through talking about the large numbers. I included this slide in part because of church. I think church has a responsibility for including people. Yeah. Okay, that's fine. Okay. We're going to wait 2 minutes to get people to settle and other people to come in.
Step into the future, even today. Welcome to the world where you have a say. We can make your dreams come alive. Just come take a dive with me. We can change the world with a smile, so just set your mind at ease. Welcome to the future. Guaranteed Trust Bank.
Guaranteed Trust Bank. Wouldn't you rather bank with us?
There's a place I long to be, where the air is wild and free. It's a little haven just for me. I can let my head out and be
Okay, I think we'll try to begin again. All right, good afternoon, and I would like to again thank Guaranteed Trust as well as Blazing Trails for having me back again. I've very much enjoyed coming to this city, to this region, to talk a little bit about autism. Today I'm going to talk to you about a subject that's much more difficult to define and difficult to treat. I'm going to talk about autism and trauma and things that one needs to understand if one's going to do that type of treatment. I included this slide in part, it's a little bit of an older slide, for two reasons. First, to talk about just the number of people that are involved with autism at this point. I think the numbers now with the United States Center of Disease Control is 1 in 66, 1 in 68. When I wrote this slide, it was 1 in 50 at the time. It's because of the change in definition of how one diagnoses autism that changed when the DSM-5 came into being. But it's a lot of people, 1 in every 50 births, 1 in every 60-some births. Secondly, it represents the organization that flies me across the United States to talk about autism and how it affects the church. That's Loyola Press. I'm a clinical psychologist, and I've worked with autism since the early 2000s. I've actually worked with people with developmental disabilities all of my professional life, which has now gone a long time. My co-author is one of my doctoral students from Duquesne University in Pittsburgh. Her dissertation is going to focus on trauma and autism. So together we put together this program. I'm also a Catholic deacon, so much of what I respect, or what I say, represents part of the church. And that question concerning the soul was a bit of a bothersome one to me, because I believe that the soul is going to be present in all people from the time of conception. So it's a complicated topic. What I intend to do this afternoon is talk to you a little bit about what autism is from a psychologist's perspective. If I were seeing a child or an adult, this is a type of information that I would be gathering in order to make the diagnosis. Then I'll talk about trauma, what it is, how to define it. We'll also talk about what makes up a good evaluation, and if one's going to make a good plan to treat a child, to talk about how to who has been very is autism or traumatism such a complicated problem? Well, in large parts, when we react to something that's scary or something that's bothered us, we may think about it again. We may have nightmares. Well, as you know, one of the symptoms of someone with autism is that they have dreams or nightmares. And the sensory input from these nightmares, from these dreams, becomes so overwhelming that it's difficult to know when to start. It's not just that they scream, but they have severe behavioral problems. Sometimes those behavioral problems can be misinterpreted. It's like they're trying to hurt themselves or trying to hurt somebody else. They're pulling their hair, they're hitting themselves, they're trying to get these visions out of their head. It becomes very difficult, which is why treatment is so difficult. There's lots of ways that one can have this type of trauma, perhaps from witnessing a serious event, from being involved in a car accident, from sexual trauma, from being bullied in school. That's one of the things that I personally have problems with. If you're in school and you're a typical student and there's somebody with autism in front of you, let's say that he is very sensitive to noise. So you sit behind him and you start tapping, and it drives him crazy and he has a meltdown. Teacher do somewhere out of the class, back and says, enough for the test, we'll do the test in an hour. Is there a problem? Poor child, it's like it's his problem. There's no best practices for treating trauma. So what I'm going to talk about of best practice, but there's no literature that describes how to do this because it's complicated. It's also the autism spectrum from a, for example, United States excellence. California is one of the premier in terms of when it begins. We are not, you maybe be able to tell even earlier, child's born. I don't know much literature. What I do know of is that that particular center is able to show changes in a child as early as 8 months of age. I'm not qualified enough to make a diagnosis until the child's just a little bit older. I need the child to be 12 months, 15 months, better yet 18 months. I can make a better diagnosis at that point in time because I need more information. I don't have access to some of the materials that they have in order to make that diagnosis at that point, if it's going to be reliable. The most diagnosis disorder had to have present from the time that the child was 3 or 4 years of age or younger. You know, I've diagnosed people in their 50s with autism, but the reason I could do that is because people that knew them when they were little had kept all of their school records. They kept all their doctor's records. The mother or father kept good records. They were perhaps still living and could give me very detailed reports of what that child was doing when they were that young. I can't look at a 50-year-old without that information to say that this behavior is autistic. It could be any number of things. They could have had an accident of some sort or a head injury. Makes start in their developmental time frame, and then basically you have to have 3 sets of symptoms in order to be present, typically. One is language and communication. The second deals with social interaction, including social play, social talk. And the third is behavioral, particularly repetitive behaviors. Now, in order to make a good evaluation for autism, as good as I can be at times, I must rely on the support of many other professionals in order to give the parent a good description of what I think is going on and how we're going to treat that individual. In particular, the most important person, and this isn't working good enough, is the parent. Who knows the child better than a child's parents? As closely as I've worked with many children, I still refer to the parent because they know better. They know what's best. They know their child. They know how they've developed. They know how they sleep. A psychologist, of course, a language pathologist. One of the first recommendations I make is to a specific language pathologist that is very good at discriminating between a language disorder of someone who is autistic versus one who is not. One needs to be able to communicate. The earlier you can get some form of communication, the better you're going to be able to help that child. Communication isn't just by speech. It could be by pointing. It could be by sign language of some sort. There's lots of ways. It could be by a communication device. Many, many, many children that I've worked with have variations of these and are able to successfully communicate. I also use occupational therapists a great deal. If somebody has a number of sensory problems, and I'll describe sensory problems in a few minutes, I need to know how to help work with them, how to satisfy them, how to address them. For example, tags in the clothes are very common as being bothers. It's very agitating. And I'll ask the parent, does your child have clothes? He rips them out, and there's holes in the shirt. He takes care of it himself. There are a lot of different areas which I'll go into. Then you need a behaviorist as well. Psychologists can certainly do some of this. Behavioralists are prepared very specifically to look at a given behavior and how to shape something that's less invasive. So there are many others that can control on whatever the child may have in terms of problems. Sometimes it's very important to include a psychiatrist. It's not always necessary to do that, but it's important. Or an audiologist or a neuropsychologist. I've changed the rules a bit. DSM-5 now requires that instead of having Asperger's or pervasive developmental disorder or the other former categories, They're all lumped together as an autism spectrum disorder. The diagnosis is still basically the same, still has the basic rules and social interaction, restrictive and repetitive patterns of behavior and interest or activities. Symptoms may be as present in early developmental area, but may not become apparent until later on. The parent of the firstborn child who may be autistic doesn't necessarily know that this isn't normal. Boys don't talk until they're older, so we'll wait until he's 2, or we'll wait till he's 3, or we'll wait till he's 4 before we seek help. That's one of the worst things you can do. You need to get help as early as possible. And that the symptoms need to be clinically significant in any of these areas. So they're not talking, they're not communicating. Go into in just a second. In regards to language, typically a child will begin talking or communicating, they'll say their first words by the time they're 1 year of age, give or take a couple of months. They'll talk in small phrases or sentences by the time they're 18 months of age. Again, give or take a couple of months. Sometimes, if it's later, all that means is that they have a language delay. If I don't see any of the other symptoms, I'm going to send them to a speech pathologist for specific help at that point. Now, one of the things I do differ with some of my colleagues on is eye contact. Because if I look at someone's eyes, everybody's eyes tell me different types of emotion. How is someone with autism to differentiate this person's emotions versus somebody else's emotions? I think eye contact is very difficult for one to make, and that's part of the reason why they may not be looking towards people. What I do instead, because I know it's very important that somebody with autism addresses the speaker and is able to talk with them. Instead, I'll hold things close to my mouth, close to my face. So if I say water, or if I say bottle, not only can they see the bottle right next to my face, but they see my lips and how I actually say it, and they hear what the word is. Now when they look at something, they're learning to speech read me. They're watching my face, and they're beginning to imitate how I do things. This is a deaf education technique. I worked in an oral deaf school where we taught the deaf to speak by doing similar methods. We taught them how to speech read by watching lips. So if one holds the object close to their mouth, now they're looking at your lips. And if I look around and look towards you, and if I stare at your lips from this distance, you can't tell that I'm not looking at your eyes, but I'm acknowledging you as a person. So if you ask me a question and I look towards you, I'm looking at your face. Okay. They also don't understand nonverbal language, so they're not very good. I'm sorry, gentlemen, when you're taking the pictures, I do wander around. I'm watching the poor guys. Social impairments. Sometimes they really don't understand. They're very good at playing with younger children. Any guess as to why they're good with younger children? They're in charge. They're the boss. They can make up the rules. If they make up the rules, they're always going to win, and they're always going to know how to play. Or they play with adults, because adults are very tolerant. Adults will let them do whatever it is that they want to do. They also do some other things. They don't know boundaries. They don't know social sense. Like I'll get sometimes, why is this guy bald? Or why is he so fat? Or why is he whatever? Because they don't really understand. Sometimes as they become adolescents, they become very interested in other things, such as, I like how those two people are playing, so I want to play with them. So they'll get right up close to them. And they'll stand so close, but they don't know how to play, nor do they know how to interact or begin the interactions, so they just stand and they hover. Or, as they get to be an adolescent, and pronounce it, trouble for reaching. Oh, is it? Or try. It's a problem, because I may be difficult in these behaviors, ignorant or a criminal. And find out that what to talk to the class, analyze it. Say that because they don't understand. All right, we'll go. country, the wheels hours at a time sometimes. It's very difficult, but it's that case. They may bounce. Sometimes it's interesting to watch kids. I can preach it. I need a sermon. I know when it's flapping another, stop talking, you on with the map. As well, like this, most children always. So that's why it's always very important to talk with pediatrician, to talk with a nutritionist, to find out other ways to do. In my country, when they go to school sometimes together, they'll imitate the other children. I had a very funny example of a mom that came to me. She said, "Yeah, I need to ask you something. I make a wonderful spaghetti sauce. It's a tomato sauce with various things in it. I'll put a plate of spaghetti done in front of my son. He won't touch it. He'll just eat the plain noodles. But my mother-in-law, it's not just as good as mine, probably not good at all that way, but he goes to her house, he eats the whole thing. How come that is? He's just trying to be mean to me, right?" Well, he's not trying to be mean, because when he was probably shown spaghetti the first time, he wouldn't eat the sauce, he would just eat the plain noodles. So Mama gave him the noodles in the beginning by itself without any sauce. First time he went to Grandma's house, Grandma gave him the plain. This is a new house, it's a new set of rules. And that they may be. However, in my it's autistic, there's a 50% likelihood that you're going to have a second child that don't know what causes it or why, but there seems to be a correlation in families. So that does exist. There is that possibility. What that link is, how that link is, I have no idea. And I don't know how it's easily told. All right, now in the second part, I'm going to talk a little bit about trauma, what trauma is. I'll go a little bit faster because I think we all basically have an idea of what trauma technically is, but it's defined as an emotional response to a terrible event, such as an accident, a rape, a natural disaster. And immediately after this, the individual goes into some sort of shock. Trauma can occur in different ways, and there are different categories of trauma, from community violence to complex trauma, domestic violence, early childhood trauma, and so forth, or from wars, or from attacks. Complex psychological trauma results from exposure to severe stressors that are repetitive and prolonged, that involve harm or abandonment, that can abandonment from a responsible adult like the core features of trauma include post-traumatic criterion will plus PTSD, avoidance of alteration. And I wanted to know, since you have that slide, watching them provide I can go to examples with the crude. That's another type of an event, and maybe a is states. They have may have something that just triggers. I can remember in my office once, I was meeting a new patient. She came into the office and saw me for the first time and screamed, horribly screamed, because I looked like the person that assaulted her. It took her a long time, and we decided that I was probably the best person to work with her. But it took us a couple of months before she could actually sit there and begin to work. Trauma, to me, is the most difficult type of therapy that anybody can go through to try to work, because it's tedious. One has to go through the minute steps of beginning to experience the trauma very slowly so that the mind can fix itself. The reason one has nightmares is because our boundaries are gone. The mind's always trying to fix problems that exist all night. That's what. Oops, there. Where the attack occurred, they're going to receive meds that have trauma. There's not a good number, but it's significant. I see at least 2 a week that come into my clinic, which is why we're working. Now that's a tremendous number of people. It doesn't sound like many. That's just coming to me in my small clinic in Pittsburgh. And there's no best practices ways of doing it. All right. Those with developmental disabilities are 2 times more likely to become victims of trauma compared to their typical peers. 18.5% of autism and 16% have been sexually abused. This is United States. I did a study in one of the juvenile prisons that I worked in. It was a sexual offender program. In that particular study, over 90% of the autistic individuals who happened to be there had been sexually assaulted before they committed any crime. It's very what was done to them? No, because their father assaulted them, for example. Else didn't know it was physical or more engaged in behavior. This is early. Are very tangible, more confusing. Remember, autism spectrum, in some respects, means it's an information processing disorder. I take information in, I process it, and but when I talk about the behavior, practice it, I do it over, I reward them. When they come to that, where they I'll have them hit something different. Not as hard, of course, respond. And so when I do that and give it to them more, because they can't communicate either what they're afraid of or what's happened to them. If you're nonverbal and you don't have the language to express what's happened to you, how do you ever tell somebody that you've had a problem? And who's going to believe a child that has a couple of words rather than an adult that can speak? It's such a bad prejudice. How do you differentiate typical autism type behaviors, particularly in a nonverbal young person, when these traumatic events occurred, and just makes it slightly more intensified? It's hard. It's hard to differentiate. All right. Typically, in trauma-based treatment, I would use cognitive behavioral therapy. Them week. Through it. Try to go through. If you go too far, tell you what's life. To do that, never come back. Dream about things. Or did you ideas? How much? referred to. It's also copyrighted by Carol Gray. Social stories, it's almost like Jesus telling the parables, because the people at the time could understand the stories. Social stories are basically picture stories with few words that are able to tell you to get from this event to the next event. It's a very easy way to progress. A storybook can help reinforce the information because you end up having a storybook as you create these social stories that you write with them so that they can go through and they can look at it again and again and get over it to get to the next part. So if we go slow enough, they're able to build it where they can look at it, understand it, but not simply, which is called about social understanding. The figures is a good way to illustrate how to facilitate this type of narrative strip to creatively in order to identify close would be another one. Certain words, certain sounds, believe it or not, certain because of those are. Hard was no matter what you do, they're not going to melatonin. Self-abuse, what it is, it's changed, but something has changed. You know, good trauma therapy doesn't take it away. If I'm working with you and you've been traumatized from a war or from an assault, remember them? At the time, that person's right in front of you to manage it until that trigger else comes over and over with it. Just how did it begin? It will get better. That's a child and the session that does comfort them, settle them, something from what they were in. Never is a they're going to be and they I can't really did have to be trained in trauma, but they have to be trained in the treatment of autism. And that combination is even harder to do. What you need to do as best you can to make this work. Your conversation to be involved, and you need to have everyone needs that you don't bring consistent course, that we recognize what's going on, and as this treatment's going on, I sit there and supervise with my colleagues to describe what is going on, because I'm not going to see supervision of the schools themselves feel educated. Every child need to be done. This is my content. Fast. There's a lot of yes. Oh, you're not asking a question, huh? Are there questions? Anything on the diagnostic part? Because I really tried to enhance it a little bit. Go ahead.
My name is Michael Maro. I'm a therapist. This child I was working with, initially he was having a problem with his eye contact. At the time we got him to look into our eyes while we work. When he
Summarize for me. Look at the
he not look at the book. Instead of looking at the book, he starts looking at the face.
Yeah. It's just learning how to reinforce it to get him to look to either here or to the book. There are a lot of good behavioral techniques that can shape it towards what your desired response is. Each of those types of things can be taught how to do. As I said, holding it here, it becomes a game. For the kids that are a little bit brighter, they can learn to speech read. That becomes a game if they have a sibling, because they can read what mom and dad are saying. When I was taught how to speech read, I could speech read people across the room. It was pretty scary because I didn't need much sound in order to understand what they do this, and much faster than old adults like me. They learn to do it very fast. If you can figure out a way to properly reinforce what he's looking at, if that makes any sense. Yes, ma'am.
Everybody from rushed out to P, the physical, and he said,
Changes in sleep?
no, she doesn't really eat well, but we've
What
not
did
noticed
she hit
anything.
when she fell? What did she hit when she fell?
What did she?
Did she hit her head?
Everything.
Yeah. It sounds like she
Please
did not
don't
hit her
repeat.
head first, which is a good thing.
Okay.
Did she break any bones?
No.
Yeah.
No.
She was very lucky, it sounds like.
We just met her like this,
Yeah. Sounds
So-
like she was very lucky that
Perhaps.
you'll see changes in behavior. Again, behavior of any child is going to be a form of communication,
Okay.
particularly for autistic children. It always means something. They're never being defiant.
Okay.
They're always doing learned behaviors.
Okay.
So,
All right.
if you see changes in behavior, that's the best way to know that something's different.
Okay.
If she's sleeping different, different relationships, is not able to talk as well.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I want a question. I don't know if this is a label as ability of like this.
If a child is in labor, the cause, the etiology.
Coincidence. How do you know? For example, just sensory problems. And when damage, you can have concentrate link and
Back.
Sorry. Teenage I think you suspect several words. Can make a category. See that there's certain particular act, knowing how to hide or religious institutions, pushing the parents away from already access.
I don't want them to be hurt by somebody else. I need to teach them the correct ways of expressing themselves, age-wise, of course. And I do it through the materials, the books that we should see it, read about it, or have it done to them. Then they'll begin to do some of those behaviors. So they need to be retaught or taught replacement behaviors that are acceptable, if that makes any sense. They need to understand that it's not acceptable for somebody to go up and touch another person sexually, for example. But if I'm interested in that, how can I meet my needs? Then you need to get a therapist that's going to be so you by yourself, but there are
if I can connect it with this, if it can be linked with it.
ways of awkwardness. They're not going to have speech, or they're going to have.
Thank you very much. I'd like to pay free school. I'm going to be talking about occupation perception.
Yeah. Oh,
no, come on. No, definitely.
I will warm your heart, and the people think about everything to make your dream come true. Everything is you. I believe that I can be all of the best in whatever I do. To take the lead, all of the best in whatever I do. Guaranteed, yes indeed.
Okay.
Okay, you're going to have a Q&A, aren't you?
I will.
I believe that I can be one of the best. Whatever I do. Guaranteed, listen to the best in whatever I do. Without a step into the future, even today. Welcome to the world where you have a say. We can make your dreams come alive. Just come take a dive with me. We can change the world with a smile, so just set your mind at ease. We care about the things you care about, and we can make it happen for you. We aim to please, to reach the guarantees, trust that we'll be waiting for you. Guaranteed Trust Bank.
Guaranteed Trust Bank. Wouldn't you rather bank with us?
Thank you. I'm just going to move it out the way a little bit.
There's a place not far away where the sky is never gray. Orange as the evening setting sun. A place that has a friend for everyone. Where the smile.
I just got a cue that I should go ahead and get started. My name is Erica Daniels, and I'm an occupational therapist. And as she mentioned, I practice in Frisco, Texas, in the United States, and I currently am an occupational therapist in our school district, which has over 50,000 kids, and about 10 with special needs. So hopefully I'm bringing some information here that I can help you with. To get to what we or responsive, some thank you. And then there are many different facets of sensory processing. So bear with me in all of the over our and throughout presentations. Adaptive response. Right now, noise that we hear, the overhead lights, believe it or not, it's very sensitive to, some people are very sensitive to that. Even the hum of the lights, the fluorescent lights, we're all able to do that effectively. And the way I know that we're able to do that effectively is because we haven't had very many outbursts or behavioral issues throughout the session. Everybody's been focusing and attending. And the great thing about it is all of us are doing this very differently. So many of us are able to focus and attend by shifting in our chairs, or by chewing gum, taking notes, shaking our legs. I say all that to say that we all have sensory differences, not just our adults and children that have autism. We all do. You know, I was sitting in my seat and I tend to stretch a lot or sit upright and try to That's my way of adapting my body to the environment so that I can socially appropriately respond and attend to the presentations. I also tend to take notes a lot. That just keeps me awake. It helps me to retain the information better. All of us are doing it in our own way, and that's the beauty of it. But we all are able to adapt our bodies so that it is socially appropriate. Dr. Jean Ayres, she is the woman that developed brilliant, many degrees in psychology, neurosciences, but basically what Dr. Ayres did, she researched the brain, and it's with the environment. How the environment changes our bodies, changes our brains in order to adapt to the information being put in, the sensory input. She did extensive research on this. She also developed different assessments that would allow her to test her hypotheses. She also had her own clinic so that she could continue to work with children and to develop her research. You know, as an occupational therapist, we give great respect to Dr. Ayres for her contribution to our profession. And as you know, we continue to use her research in order to define this issue of sensory integration. And again, she had many other contributions, but this was one that's she's most notable for. I'm not sure if any of you have heard of the test, the SIP test, or the Sensory Integration and Praxis test. That's a test that was developed by Dr. Ayres, and that is a test that you have to obtain an extensive certification, and it allows you to test some of those sensory processing issues within anyone, not just children with autism. But it's a standardized test, an extensive test that is commonly used among occupational therapists and some other professions as well. All right, we all hear the terms sensory processing and sensory integration. You hear those terms, but they're actually one and the same. Sensory processing, and the reason that we typically use, when I say we, OTs, we tend to use sensory integration because of our Dr. Ayres theory. So when you hear those terms, they mean the same things. One thing I do want to note, in our little brochure, they put as part of this, what the title of this presentation was, Occupational Therapy and Sensory Perception. Now that is a new term. I haven't heard of it. But when you think about sensory, it can be one's perception of the environment. So I just wanted to correct that. That's not necessarily a term that's commonly somewhat of well. Without discussing the system, I'm defining. See this picture. Most further down, stem. This is a site for integration. Hemispheres we have our that's place. You'll also show you, but hemispheres on two sides of that blue part, which is the spinal cord, you'll see the cerebellum. That's where a lot of our balance and postural control comes from. And I'll talk a lot about that later, not necessarily the cerebellum damage, just say damage to area going up and down that spinal cord. And when you think about it, the human body is just truly amazing. I mean, constantly we're information's going up and down that brain. Already know, but I felt as occupational is a health profession that's rehabilitating, whether that's for an adult, self-care, self-care, activity, with how we help you have to occupational therapy. You obtain a license. There's a national their daily activities for their work or their job. As you see here, a typical session with an occupational therapist. You see on the left, they're that's not. And again, anatomy. That on the left. Just that she's building, she can ultimately lifting again. That's very one. I do tend to the same. Talk and if you down do that. Through this. And with a child with autism, the theory of practice that we use, as I mentioned before, is the sensory integration theory, along with other theories of practice. It's not the only one. We look at the whole child. We're going to look at them in every environment: school, home, work, well, not work, but daycare. We are going to use a plethora of strategies to meet the child's needs. And we're called task analysis. We look at what does it take for this person or child to accomplish this task. We break that task down. And in this picture, you can see this child is reaching for a ring and bringing it off of a cone. But that's not the only thing that this therapist is looking at. This child needs the strength in her arms and her legs in order to hold herself up. She needs core stability in order for her muscles to hold her body up and for her to be in a hands and knees position. And she also needs really good strength in that arm that she's holding up in order to reach for the ring. She also needs visual motor control. Her eyes need to be able to guide her hand in order for her to reach for that. She also needs the fine motor skills in order to grasp that ring and pull it over the cone. So there's a lot of things that this therapist is looking at and a lot of thought and information that she put into actually just creating this task and making it a challenge for this child. So that's what we do daily, is just analyze every task and determine what trying to remediate, but possibly in a school, home, we're making accommodations. We're either adapting the environment or we're adapting that child within that environment. One of the things I wanted to mention with occupational therapy, one of the things that we are not are vocational vocational counselors or job trainers. As you know, that's what Dr. Lamba-Canra does. There's a specialized area for that. You may see us working alongside a vocational counselor in order to meet the demands, helping or that person actually meet. But we're occupational therapy session, they need to go through an evaluation process. Typically, we have standardized assessments. As I mentioned, one was the sensory processing and sensory integration praxis test. However, those cannot understand. Just need a set. But then at that point, it's not standardized. any longer. So we may either adapt that test and not claim it as being standardized, or we usually will just use an informal assessment using our observation. Also, as part of that process, as Dr. Sutton mentioned, we take in reports from parents. Those are the experts with this child. We're interviewing them through questionnaires. What are you seeing? What are your observations? What are your concerns? Physical therapists, speech therapists, behavioral therapists, because they've actually also evaluated this patient and this child. So we need to take in all of that. We question them. So again, we're looking at the whole child. And after we get all of that information taken in, then we're able to make an assessment. We're able to see the needs of this child. We're also looking at this child across situations, across settings, so that place. Back to sensory integration. Occurs in the nervous have some sensation going in, and that can come from anywhere, but for the receptor there, and that's where the processing occurs, as fabric touching my leg. So it starts to take in information on what it's going to do. Then at that point, you make a response. You make an adaptive response. I'm going to either remove the fabric, or I'm just going to ignore it. I'm going to sensory integrate other different, like I said, ignoring it. Makes sense, hopefully. And I response for him ran. That's a dis. He's not a this little girl. But I'm assuming home suggests a therapist. This little girl, and then she said, "Fall." Girl, not going to be in place balance board. Graded, and then she probably in front of her. So this little is placed in front of her. Motor response, or a response based on their past experiences. And our children with sensory issues, they go back to those, maybe the lights flickering. This is not a nice environment for them. So they have laid that neural pathway, that memory or that feedback, and it's telling them that this is a scary environment, so they're going to react in such a way that's not necessarily adaptive. So you have to kind of, like you said, move slowly into it. And that's what this therapist did. And if a child's not exploring their environment and they're not creating those neural pathways that I'm talking about, systems: sight, sound, smell, taste, and touch. We've all heard of those. But are there only 5 senses? And of course, obviously there's not, because I'm asking that question, silly question. There's more. We have a lot more sensory systems. As you see here, balance at the bottom, what we refer to as the vestibular system, and I'll talk about that later. And then the body positioning. There was a little information about that earlier, but that's our proprioception system. And I'm using these terms just so you know when you hear them, it's just not foreign for some of us. Tactile. Now that's just our touch system. However, the reason I those 3 ones that we look at the whole, if that, they're auditory are going to definitely all right, I want some terminology and some lot about, probably already, but I just processing terms hyper. So the our skill to sit and attend, he's hyper responsive. That child is hyper responsive, which is why he had to take that out and get rid of it. He's hyper responsive to touch. All right, and then you're going to hear hypo responsive or under responsive. And this is the term that's used when you're not necessarily feeling things. So again, you might see the child that walks around with all this stuff on their mouth, crumbs and just sticky stuff. Sometimes those kids aren't able to feel those things around their mouth. So they're under responsive or they're hypo responsive. And another thing is that child, because they don't have those sensory, those receptors around their mouth, they're going to do things to fire off those receptors in their mouth, like maybe eat spicy foods or, constantly rub or lick their lips because they're trying to fire those receptors because they're not feeling it. So again, that's a child that's hypo responsive. Now the behavior you may see, sensory seeking. Again, I described that child that is going to fire those receptors because they're trying to eat spicy things or touch things because they're under responsive or hypo responsive. Bit of that tail, around their clothes off. Kids they're trying sensation on their hyper. Start with this. Our receptors in the tactile system are all over our skin. It's constantly on alert. It's constantly working because we're feeling every second. Even though when you're asleep, it's subconscious, but those receptors are still firing. You might wake up in the middle of the night because you feel overheated or you maybe feel something wet on you, whatever the case might be. But this system is used for bonding. You hear numerous studies about the effect of holding an infant and how their brain develops, or it's used for exploring. That's how the child explores, through their touch, even through their mouth. They're constantly feeling. So our tactile system is constantly on alert. It's constantly firing, and it's something we need as we grow up to develop. And it's also our way of communicating our wants and needs. I don't want to forget about that. So kids that you see with tactile system dysfunction, or again, touch dysfunction, they're going to have some motor delays because, again, about where they're the kid that's necessarily exploring their environment is difficulties, or they're hypersensitive, or they might be hyposensitive and just not even knowing where their body ends and begins, so they're not going to go out and explore because they don't feel like there's any ending or beginning to another environment outside of themselves. They're going to have issues with motor planning, again, because they don't know where their body ends. They're not out there exploring and developing those motor pathways I talked about, those past experiences, because they're not out there exploring, or it's such a traumatic experience they avoid it. Self-care is going to be an issue. When you think about brushing your teeth, dressing, putting on clothes, going to the bathroom, it all involves touching or manipulating our skin. So these kids are going to have difficulties in these areas. They're probably going to avoid them because, again, they haven't developed that experience or a positive experience that's going to allow them to feel like they can create an adaptive response to that request or that challenge being placed in front of them. These kids also might have high pain thresholds. So again, that child that is hypo or under responsive, they might walk over rusty nails or glass. What? Develop those neural because it's been a he's developed those motor. Again, touch. These kids are constantly fire the that we just have everyone. Okay, I want you to system in without your how much have to in order. I saw some all have struggle. Their shoulder was. Guess what? All are still adults that are able to adapt to your environment. But that was your vision. Vision. Sight. Their system. This system. These system about four the receptor in our ligament. That's how your knew without your vision where your hand is, because the receptors are in your elbows, in your joints. In your joints and your ligaments. It also gives us information about the force and the speed that you need to use. So sometimes you'll see kids that just push in their chairs really hard. They're not being, aggressive or being mean kids or bad kids. Some kids just don't understand how much force they need to use to do things, like holding their pencils. You see these kids holding their pencils so tight and pressing down on the paper. They're tearing the paper. They just don't know how much force is needed to actually hold a pencil or to close a door. These kids will, if they have some dysfunction, they're going to have fine motor delays. Again, they don't know how much force it takes to reach and grab for a pencil. And I'm just using these as examples. But that child can present in varying ways. They're going to appear to be clumsy. These are the kids that have a lot of issues with timing, to kick a ball. They don't know where their foot is to reach back, and also the force or the speed that's needed to kick that ball. So the ball comes rolling. They're going to have some timing issues, like I said, speed, force. So these kids aren't necessarily going to be your kids that are real good at sports, because they're constantly having to use their vision to know where their body is. These kids are also going to present very tired. They're going to easily fatigue because they're constantly trying to figure out where their body is in space. They're going to have balance issues, and we'll talk about balance, but all of these systems are kind of codependent of one another, and if they're not all working right, that's when you start to see a lot of dysfunction. These kids also like to chew on things. Again, that tactile system comes into play along with the proprioceptive. These are the ones you see chewing on the pencils. I get lots of referrals for chewing on pencils, chewing on clothes. They're constantly seeking input into that jaw so that they know where their body is in space. These kids also appear aggressive because for those hypo-responsive kids, they're not knowing where their body is in space, so they're doing things like pushing and rubbing up against their peers, and they're appearing aggressive. But again, that behavior is telling us something, as someone mentioned before. It's not necessarily that this kid is being bad or rude or that he doesn't like his peers. He's just needing that input, and that's why he's rubbing his peers, and that's why he's wanting to do a lot of rough balls and things like that. Some of the things that I might recommend, I don't want to forget that, And I'll go back also to the tactile system. I wanted you to take away a few things of what we would do in some of these cases. For this system, if you know that this child is hypo-responsive or constantly seeks that input into their joints and they're crashing into things or pushing chairs and hard, some of the things I say in the classrooms that are functional and things that you can do throughout the day, have that kid carry a heavy, heavy backpack. Their their hands are. Them hold, like if having things a bin of like that. Constant feed body to allow them to know where their body is in space. I might even have a teacher allow them to stack chairs at the end of the day or stack chairs midday, push furniture, anything to give them some input into that system. Because you know, if they're not getting it in an appropriate manner, they're going to seek it and they're going to get it. We're always going to meet our sensory needs regardless of what they are. These kids also seek lots of hugs. These are, you know, they appear very affectionate, so they just love to hug because they're constantly just by. As some of the kids, you know, I'll let them know that this is not appropriate because you don't want them hugging every adult that they see. You know, and I'll let them know who's appropriate, who can give the hugs, but I'll try to give them something else or show them what they can do. Wall push-ups against the wall and just push on things. Because ultimately, as therapists, what we want is for that child to be able to regulate themselves. All right? The vestibular system. Now I'm going to have everybody stand up. I know this is a big room. You guys can break anyway. Make that known. Now I'm going to have, let's say, left foot, because I don't want everybody falling over each other. All right, stand on your left foot. Now close your eyes. Okay. Wasn't it? Now that system really vision out. Because again, you can use your vision to kind of focus and balance on that leg. Some of us successful and some of us a little less. But once you take vision out, that's truly your vestibular system keeping you upright. That's the system, again, referring back to that brain that's taking place in the cerebellum. That's the system that controls the balance and also our bodies against gravity. We take for granted that gravity is constantly playing with us in many different ways. And again, you guys also use the proprioceptive system, remember, because you knew that you were raising your leg, you were lifting it off the ground, so you knew where your eyes were to close the lids. Believe it or not, some kids have to look in the mirror and know where their eyes are to close their lids. All of those systems are playing into each other. Things that you strengthen. Receptors are on the position function or to give our body there, and then the car beside you moves and it feels like you're moving. Again, that's your vestibular system along with your vision playing tricks on you. So, you know, I've sat there and I've even pushed on the brakes thinking I'm moving, but that's your vestibular system. Your body's kind of thrown off by your vision. They're going to be those kids that are clumsy. They're going to be tripping because they're other up. So lay on their now that I look back at desk and okay, but that and that's notes and things. These kids are the ones that appear to be a little more mature, the ones that have some of these vestibular or even proprioceptive issues, mostly vestibular. But these are the kids that are on the playground. All the other kids are jumping around and running, but this kid is talking to the teacher. And these kids also might appear very smart because they've learned to use their vocabulary or their language to kind of control the situation. You know, everybody's going to sit here, play this game with me. They tend to control the environment, but because they're trying to avoid having to get up and do things. So they don't want their feet off the ground. We call that gravitational insecurity in the therapy world. They're just gravitationally insecure. It's that gravity that's pulling them down or making them feel clumsy and unstable. So as therapists, our goal is always just to keep those feet off the ground, get them up, moving. It's a challenge. And some of these kids, they're so unstable, you'll see them crawling through like a doorway because they're that unsteady. And again, that's on the extreme, but you'll see some of that in some of our kids that have sensory. Some of the things that I recommend for kids that have vestibular issues, now again, I described to you the kid that is hypersensitive. The kid that's hyposensitive is on the other extreme. This is who's always, and this is where a good evaluation comes into place, because these kids may have what's called attention deficit, but they're running. I might do even to do their homework and have dinner because they're up and awake. So hard to maintain an upright attention. And we have that they can some of the things that them around, they're going to go up. They love it, and they're never me. I probably not. You're going to that you can rocks. It just and then for these kids also, don't have them do things that's going to require them to sit for long periods of time. Use that reward system that Miss Aaliyah talked about earlier to get them to sit for maybe 5-10 minutes, and then they can go run, crash on the, have them crash on a firm mattress or something like that, jump on the trampoline, so they can get that input that and forth. They need because that's right, sensory need. Am I running out of time? Am I running out? Can I, about 10 minutes? Let me hurry up. Just really quickly, again, I'd be remiss without mentioning visual and auditory dysfunction. That's what a lot of our kids look like. They can't take the lights, they can't take the sound. For these kids, I might recommend a cap for them to put on so that they can kind of block that direct light on their heads, or dim the lights using lamps to kind of provide a calming environment for them. Earplugs or headphones to kind of get rid of that background noise. One thing, do I have 10 minutes? Oh, only 5. I wanted to put this all together for you in a video. And we can cut the video off if you have to. But it just puts it all together. It gives you sensory processing from a child's perspective. And I love this video just because it explains it from their angle.
Hi, my name is Neil. I like classical music. I like to read comics. I also like to go to school. Something that I know a lot about and want to tell you about is sensory processing disorder. SPD is when the messages that your brain gets from your senses are not organized, so you don't respond to things like most people do. This makes it hard to do everyday life stuff like getting ready for the day, going to school, eating and playing.
Sorry about that. That was my biggest nightmare because I wanted you guys to see that. But I'll take questions in the meantime while they try to see if they can get the video up. And maybe they can even run it during lunch since it's lunchtime.
Thank you for your wonderful presentation. My name is Dr. Mrs. Izuwa Doris from Abuja and Port Harcourt. Sensory integration is one of my favorite topics.
Oh, good.
Yeah, I have it. Can someone be hypersensitive and hypersensitive at the same time to a particular sense? Like, I have a child who cuts off labels of his clothing, and a child also 1-year-old who is hyper. Unfortunately, he was, and rushing get this boy to
question. Thank you. Because not go into some strategies that are used for a kind of bit. So you can even have them put their feet in it if they'll walk them. That's which, but especially with our environment, having things have textures. Talking to them and social stories would help. I know Dr. Adiola mentioned that, but just continuing talking to them. Does that answer your question a little bit? Rubbing them, and you mentioned brushing. Brushing is another strategy. And then, he has a lot of feedback from that experience. He's going to, again, lay that motor pathway and avoid glass. He'll probably use his vision a lot better. Unfortunately, it's a bad experience that he had to learn from, but it's an experience, and it's going to lay that motor pathway and give him feedback from previous experiences.
Any other questions, please?
Oh, okay.
Okay, I have a boy who is ADHD. I need him to sit or maybe to a dentist, or if they have to take his blood in the hospital, anything, because he's very active, he's hyperactive. It's very difficult. So there are some things that you do that are normal, routine, like taking a child to a dentist to check his teeth, getting it to calm down so that he can take his blood, and do some other things that you do regularly for his health. You cannot do that because he's always jumping up and down. In fact, when it comes to things like that, he's so afraid. Once you watch him, he runs around, and I don't know how one can do that. Okay. Because for health purposes, he needs to do those routine checkups. But he's so hyperactive, he cannot calm down. I don't know what we had to do.
You know, a lot of kids with autism go through that. You're not the only parent that goes through that. That's where I'll go back and mention support groups come into play, because they can also help you, because if they have older kids, they've had that experience. I can guarantee that. But again, using those social stories, talking about it. I mean, when you can even get a calendar out. You're going to the dentist here, you know, on this day. Leading up to it, just continuing to talk about it, finding out where his sensory issues are. It's probably just the fact that he knows most of us don't like going to the dentist. It's a bad experience, but I don't know if he's non-communicable. Is he speaking? No. Exactly. So he can't communicate to you any other way that he is uncomfortable in this situation. So he's going to, you know, scream, act out, any way to get your attention. So allow him the opportunity to have some forethought about it, so you can talk to him, you know, use social stories, you know, explain to him your son's name, to say Don. Don is going to the dentist. Dentists help us to keep our teeth clean, or dentists help us to brush our teeth. You know, even put a toothbrush in there. Use some objects to help him understand the process. You know, even get a dentist. And most importantly, try to go to a dentist or a doctor that is experienced with treating kids with autism. And I know that's hard to find. It's even hard to find in the U.S. because again, you've seen one kid with autism. You have not seen any kid. You haven't seen all the kids at all. There's a spectrum. They're unique.
Yeah, thank you. My name is Festus. I'm an occupational therapist. Can a child be diagnosed SPD without being on spectrum?
Definitely.
But then if you look at the DSM, probably with DSM-4, the SPD is not part of it's not in the, what's it called? It's not in the diagnostic manual. So how do we marry this together?
You said the SPD is not in the...
In the DSM-4.
Actually,
the
it is.
diagnostic manual for...
Sensory processing disorder, and correct me if I'm wrong, I know it DSM-5, and there's been an update. 5 is the update. So it is in the new DSM-5. Yes, thank you. And they also have changed the autism spectrum. It is more sensory with sensory processing disorder without having autism.
Hi, my name is Neil. I like classical music. I like to read comics. I also like to go to school. Something that I know a lot about and want to tell you about is sensory processing disorder. SPD is when the message gets from your sense organ, so you don't respond to things you do everyday stuff, going to school, eating, and playing. You can have SPD by itself, or you can have it with other things like autism. I have autism and SPD. Hey! Response. Never feel your cup to be full and not spill over. System just because my pro is unique. Times to like have a hard still sometimes. Kind of own body. Jazz same and smell. Every time you eat, you use these senses. Vision. Our eyes are how we use our sense of vision. Some people like bright lights and lots of things to look at. I get distracted if there's too much to look at. I like things soft colors and organized. When I walk outside, the sun is always so bright that it hurts my eyes and I can't look up. I wear my sunglasses when I'm outside to help. Touch. Some people don't like to be touched, and I don't like my hands. To be messy makes me feel bad. Touch is your tactile sense, and if you are not used to things touching your skin, it can make you feel uncomfortable sometimes. Certain clothes, tags, and shoes can really feel not right for an opinion. For most people, their brain gets used to that uncomfortable clothes. But for me, I just can't think of anything else but the tag that is bothering me. I will tug on it and want to take it off the whole time I'm wearing it. We are trying to teach my hands that it is okay for them to be messy for a little while. The more I can play with things that are a little messy, the more I get used to it, and my brain learns not to focus on it as much. Proprioceptive. You can think of proprioception as your body awareness. You get proprioceptive input every time you get input through your muscles and joints. It sends a message to your brain that says, this is where I am and this is what I'm doing. You get proprioceptive input to help you do everything your body wants to do. Like pushing yourself on a scooter board, carrying something heavy, or even getting dressed. By doing more with your body, you can get more proprioceptive input. This helps me feel better. When I feel like my body is out of control, I like to jump, scooter board, or tie it. Perceptive to calm my responsive to vestibular input, then our body wants to constantly move and spin, and we never get dizzy. If your brain is too responsive to vestibular input, then you feel off balance. It makes it scary to do activities where you have to tilt your head back or your feet are not flat on the ground. Our vestibular sense is very important to help us do everything we need to throughout. To figure out what your needs are, it helps to go and work with an occupational therapist. I have two of those, one here and one at school. I go to OT 1 time a week. Katie and me and my mom gets to do fun things together when we go. When I leave, my body feels better. It feels like I am in control. We work out our muscles and our brain. You have yourself. There are a lot you can do activities to learn how to respond to sensory input. input. You can help your body feel calm and in control by getting the sensory input you need throughout the day. Your parents, teachers, and occupational therapists can help. To learn more about sensory processing, check out these websites.
Thank you very much, Erica. Thank you for the video. Okay, so we've now come to our next break time. It's same as usual. You go over there. The ushers will direct you to grab some lunch, maybe for about half an hour, and then we can go into the next session. The next session for the afternoon is all going to take place in this hall, and it's going to be hosted by Dr. Anna. It's going to be an open forum, question and answer session. So all those ladies and gentlemen that had loads of questions, this is the opportunity for you to ask all the different consultants all your questions, and hopefully you'll get the answers that you need as well. Just to remind you, BVN, if you do need to register for BVN registration, you can do that today in the AGIP hall. Thank you.
Place I long to be, where the air is wild and free. It's a little haven just for me. I can let my hair down and be me. Just a smile for a start. Only takes a spark to be. Only there's a place not far away, where the sky is never gray, orange as the evening setting sun, a place that has a friend for everyone, where step just sit To be where there's me. It's so that you agree. Play far away where the sky never as a everyone I will about within There's a place I long to be where the air's free. Wouldn't you to take the lead? Only the best thing in whatever I do. Guaranteed, yes indeed. To the best in whatever I do. Would you take my hand and let me lead? Would you rather trust me? Would you rather trust me? Step into the future, even today. Welcome to the world where you have a say. We can make your dreams come alive. Just come take a dive with me. We can change the world with a smile, so just set your mind at ease. We care about the things you care about, and we can make it happen for you. We aim to please the beach with guarantees, trust that we'll be waiting for you. Welcome to the future. Rather try future. Rather than for it matter. There's a place orange and set and sun has would you rather try and be me? We can build with for a start, and it only takes a spark of greed. Can be only whatever I do, better. God never gray, orange as the evening setting sun, a place that has a friend for everyone, where the smile will warm your heart, and the people think about everything to make your dream come true. Everything is you. I believe that I can be all of the best in whatever I do, guaranteed to be all of the what guaranteed, yes indeed. Whatever I take, let me lead. Would you rather trust me? There's a place to be where the air is wild and free. I can let my hair down and be me. Wouldn't you agree? I believe that I can be all of the best in whatever I do, guaranteed to take the lead. All of the best in whatever I do, guaranteed, yes indeed. I do. Would you take my hand and let me lead? Would you rather trust me? Wouldn't you rather trust me? Step into the future, even today. Welcome to the world where you have a say. We can make your dreams come alive. Just come to care about the way you feel. I love my heart. Guaranteed, yes indeed, to be the best. There's a place not far away where the sky is never gray, orange as the evening setting sun. A place that has a friend for everyone. Trust me. Air's wild and free. I can let my hair down and be me. Wouldn't you agree? I believe that I can be one of the best in whatever I do. Guaranteed to take the lead. One of the best in whatever I do. Guaranteed, yes indeed, to be the best in whatever I do. Would you take my hand and let me lead? Would you rather trust me? Ooh, so I would just try. Take my hand and let. Would you rather? Welcome to the world where you have life just my. Welcome to you.
Wouldn't you?
Wouldn't you agree? There's a place I long to be, where the air is wild and free. I can let my hair down and be me. Wouldn't you agree? I believe that I can be one of the best in whatever I do. Guaranteed to take the lead. One of the best in whatever I do. Guaranteed, yes indeed. Two of the best in whatever I do. Would you take my hand and let me lead? Would you rather trust me? Take my hand and let me lead. Would you rather try? Step into the future, even today. Welcome to the world where you have a say. We can make your dreams come alive. Just come take a dive with me. We can change the world with a smile. So set your mind at ease. We care about the things you care about, and we can make it happen for you. We aim to please the least with guarantees, trust that we'll be waiting for you. Welcome to the future. Guaranteed Trust Bank.
Guaranteed Trust Bank. Wouldn't you rather bank with us?
There's a place I long to be, where the air is wild and free. It's a little haven just for me. I can let you and it only takes a spark to begin the fire in your heart. Wouldn't you agree? I believe that I can be one of the best in whatever I do. Guaranteed to take the lead. One of the best in whatever I do. Guaranteed, yes indeed. To be the best in whatever I do. There's a place not far away, where the sky is never gray. Orange orange as the evening setting sun, a place that has a friend for everyone, where the smile will warm your heart, and the people think about everything to make your dream come true. Everything is you. I believe that I can be all of the best in whatever I do. Guaranteed to take the lead. All of the best in whatever I do. Guaranteed, yes indeed. All of the best in whatever I do. Won't you take my hand and let me lead? Won't you rather trust me? There's a free. Let me lay down and be me. Wouldn't you agree? I believe that I can be all of the best in whatever I do. Guaranteed to take the lead. All of the best in whatever I do. Guaranteed, yes indeed. To be the best in whatever I do. Would you take my hand and let me lead? Would you rather trust me? The silver ever die. Would I lay my head and let me be? Would I take my hand and let me be? Would I just trust me? Would you take my hand and let me lead? Wouldn't you rather trust me? Step into the future, even today. Welcome to the world where you have a say. We can make your dreams come alive. Just come take a dive with me. We can change the world with a smile, so just set your mind at ease. We care about the things you care about, and we can make it happen for you. We aim to please, to reach the guarantees, trust that we'll be waiting for you. Welcome to the future. Guaranteed Trust Bank.
Guaranteed Trust Bank. Wouldn't you rather bank with us?
There's a place I long to be, where the air is wild and free. It's a little haven just for me. I can let my hair down and be me. Just a smile for a start, and it only takes a spark to begin the fire in your heart. Wouldn't you agree? I believe that I can be only the best in whatever I do. Guaranteed to take the lead. Only the best in whatever I do. Guaranteed, yes indeed, to be the best in whatever I do. There's a place not far away, where the sky is never gray, orange as the evening setting sun. A place that has a friend for everyone, where the smile will warm your heart, and the people think about everything to make your dream come true. Everything is you. I believe that I can be all of the best in whatever I do. Guaranteed to take the lead. All of the best in whatever I do. Guaranteed, yes indeed. All of the best in whatever I do. Won't you take my hand and let me lead? Would you rather trust me? Never say we can make things come alive. Come take a dive with me. We can just sit right here. Care about can make it happen for you. We aim to please with guarantees, trust that we'll be waiting. Take whatever I do. It's never orange as the evening setting sun. A place that has a friend for everyone, where the smile will warm your heart, and the people think about everything to make your dream come true. Everything is you. I believe that I can be all of the best in do. Guaranteed to take the lead. Only the best in whatever I do. Guaranteed, yes indeed, to be the best in me. Would you just trust me? Would you take my hand and let me lead? Wouldn't you rather trust me?
Oh, is it coming now? Yeah. Okay.
Your 5-year review was what you presented yesterday. Where is that?
Step into the future, even today. Welcome to the world where you have a say. We can make your dreams come alive. Just come take a dive with me. We can change the world with a smile, so just set your mind at ease. Welcome to the future.
Good afternoon. All you people.
Got enough to start though.
Okay, okay. Good afternoon, everybody. Would like to start the second session now for the day. So this session is essentially open dialogue. This is an opportunity for you to ask them questions and just share ideas and so on and so forth. So it's going to be hosted and anchored by Dr. Anna. Thank you.
You have a mic I can hold?
Yeah, yeah.
Thank you very much for making this event very successful. We could not have done it without your participation. Thank you very much. Thank you, Gtbank. Thank you, University of Lagos College of Medicine. Thank you, consultants from Blazing Trails International. Now we are going to have an open dialogue. I have this slide up just to trigger our thought systems. Impediments to awareness of disabilities. And I'd like to hear what you have to say about our conference, about things that immediately affect you, things you would like to see addressed in future conferences, what you'd like for me to do. Let's talk about it. So I'm going to come down. What? Oh, you want me to dance? I'm coming down. I just put that up.
So the questions are not just for Dr. Anna. You can ask any of the other consultants if you have any questions.
Okay, my question, good afternoon. Yeah, people have some and they've held this conference for like 5 times, and each time is in Lagos. We're begging that at least this time around, you people should come down to Port Harcourt. We have cases there too. I heard from lots of people who spoke that some people were diagnosed at the age of 25, 27. In Port Harcourt, I know of a case of a 40-year-old man who had never been diagnosed before. So when you come down, then you'll be able to reach out to lots of community. I'm not being selfish, so I'm not asking you to just stick to Port Harcourt. I wouldn't mind you going to other states as well, since people are trying to create awareness and help people, because lots of people who are poor will benefit from this? Thank you very much.
Well, I'm glad you asked that question because it's something we have discussed with the Gtbank officers and with our consultants, that it is time to take our organization on the road. And I think other parts of the nation consider the South-South. We would love to go to the South-South and meet the teachers. We like people that run the programs there, meet other therapists and caretakers, and see how we can further lend a hand. Thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Elisha Rashidat, and I'm a pharmacist at Federal Neuropsychiatric Hospital. Okay, I have a question, a comment, and a suggestion.
Okay.
Am I good to go? Okay. Now, the comment. Thank you so much for the beautiful conference. This is my first time of actually coming down here. Then I observed that all the speakers have been telling us different things, what they've been doing in the United States. But I have observed that, ladies and gentlemen of the audience, were like, this can't happen in Nigeria. I know it might not be visible, but I want us to be positive. We should be open-minded. We are going to start one day. Even they didn't actually achieve everything at once. They started today, so it's going. Now, suggestion. Now, we are all kind of educated here. Just like the man from Ojodu said yesterday, that 98% are illiterate. Fine, the statistics might be wrong, but it's actually right. Now, people that go to traditional birth attendants, they are not here. Now, some speakers said they should actually go for their and not verbal. Birth attendant, body and so we have practitioners can come and enlighten people. We have development. We are going to notice sick. My own suggestion. Now the question and kind of observation. I realized everything they've been saying is like a non-pharmacological treatment. They didn't talk about drug. They only spoke of the omega-3. I want to be sure what exactly is happening. Don't you want people to know about the drugs or?
Well, the thing about autism is that it is diagnosed through social observations. So since there's not a drug test, there's no need for drugs unless there's something medical. Our psychiatrist to further expound upon that. Yeah. And make the bunny talk.
I'm a much better psychiatrist than this Dr. Branford, and I'll tell you how that works. So, the need for medication is sometimes very essential, but it's not very common. However, if you don't have the skills how to deal with severe, complex autism, sometimes autism plus trauma, plus lots going on in the family, learning difficulties, maybe a certain additional genetic disorder, then sometimes all you can do is also prescribe medication. When you know how to deal with autism and you're quite aware of, for example, children who are attending today that they have lots of sensory problems, when you realize that when they start so-called playing up, that is actually a sensory problem and you need to take them out, then you're doing the right thing, and you keep on doing the right thing for them, on many occasions they start trusting you a lot more. So even when they're a bit sort of not listening to you, doing their own thing, they start hearing, they start becoming more obedient as well, and they start developing some sort of empathy.
Thank you. Last year we did have a professor from Howard University talk about pharmacology, but as the good doctor said, if there's nothing medically wrong, we don't need to, drug the child. Yes.
Yeah, thank you. My name is Ojo Lushin from IDCC in OETC. I don't know if Dr. Motsunrayo Oyelon is in the house. I want to suggest, because all have been said, we've listened to lectures, presentations, and so many things from the United States. My observation is we have a lot of therapists, we have a lot of people that are occupational, so many therapists in the house today. They said there's a group in Lutz that are actually into this autism stuff. After our lecture yesterday, I was expecting her to actually launch into action immediately, because we have attended so many conferences, seminar. We're going to talk about frameworks, this and that, but we don't embark on action. I mean, it is high time for us to embark on action. So many of these therapists that are in the house, let us make a call for abstract articles, seminar presentation. Let us make a call for that. This study group, people who are ready to volunteer, so that we can have so many hands on deck. If there is proper, awareness and proper education, I mean, because like I said, we have so many therapists in the house, so many people, because I see this conference as like training the trainers. So let us do something. Maybe like today, pass a list around, or let somebody or two people name a mention. You can go to them, put down your name, and if you want to get involved, maybe volunteer for that group in Lutz or do anything, then we can call for abstract, call for applications, or so many other things, and we can do something very substantial. And if we must do that, I think we should start now from here, at least, just to round up the conference. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Hold on a minute, sir. Hold on a minute, sir. Okay, so just in response to your question, or what you've brought up, you could just send us an email, csr@gtbank.com, so we could help you to coordinate all those activities if you would like. Okay, csr@gtbank.com. Whoever may have an interest in setting up a group and so on and so forth. Thank you. Just hold on.
Good afternoon. I'm Oyinloye Oluwafemi. I'm an educational psychologist. I've noticed that during the course of the training, so much has been placed on therapy and all other aspects of autism. But as an educational psychologist, I have discovered that we need to understand the mind of autism kids. If we do not understand the minds of autism kids, then most of this therapy we have put in place might be counterproductive. Maybe that's why we are having the slow pace that we are experiencing now. Because when I approach some schools, even here in Lagos, I tell them I'm an educational psychologist, this is what I can do. They will tell me they have SEND teachers or SEND coordinators. Telling me that means they tell you they don't. An educational psychologist and that of a SEND coordinator should go hand in hand. The other should not supersede that is the other. So I think schools and maybe other organizations should try as much as possible to bring in educational psychologists so as to understand the mind, because Dr. Charles spoke about the theory of the mind. And that was what actually spurred me into speaking about this. Then talking about awareness. If you want to move very fast as related to awareness as far as Nigeria is concerned, we've discovered that children respect teachers a lot and parents respect teachers a lot. If you ask your child to do a task, the child will tell you, no, this is what my teacher said. So if teachers can have the proper understanding of what these issues are. Teachers are everywhere. Teachers are at the top. making policies, teachers are in the grassroots classes. So if you can get across to teachers, I'm also a teacher. If you can get across to teachers, then I think the awareness will move at a faster rate. Thank you.
Your question's very good. As a psychologist, I spent a lot of times in school talking with teachers about best practices. Autism is not like any other type of disorder that we work with because it changes. One of the I'll give you two quick examples. One young boy, 5 years of age, he does, as you know, IQ testing, intelligence testing. It comes up with a score of 64, score in a mild range of mental retardation. He talked, he had various other abilities. As he grew older, we reevaluated him. It went up a little bit to 70. Later on, by the time he got to be 21 years of age, we retested him to see what type of work. He had an IQ of 97. He had jumped up 2 standard deviations. He was in the average range. That's not supposed to happen. And yet, because of autism and the processing that's involved, he was able to process information much more efficiently. There's a need for psychologists to work with teachers because even though the student doesn't look towards the teacher, even though he's looking like he's distracted, they typically get everything that's going on. Teachers have to understand that if you're not getting the feedback that you're used to, it's a different way of teaching because they are taking that information in and they're learning and they're much brighter than what they may appear in many instances, but you have to take the time and give them the information. Later on, it may come back.
Thank you, Dr. Larry.
Good afternoon. My name is Oluwasegun Adenoye. My first question goes to Dr. Marcus. He mentioned something about pesticides and water causing this autism, social justice, or stuff like that. So, and these things, I think, happens mostly to all these riverine areas in the south, that they maybe OSP or something, and they don't really have enough or good water. So, yeah. And again, it goes to you, can alcohol, can it cause this kind of thing? Maybe parents drink alcohol and they maybe give birth later. Or Guguru, Shekpe, every other thing. My second question is
yeah, let me, a lot of people have tried to describe the rise in the number of diagnosed autism cases. Some people have said that it is due to vaccinations. Others have put that cause on differing other things like the presence of herbicides and pesticides. I don't subscribe personally to either one of those theories. However, I think it's important that we keep our eye to the goal to understand exactly what's going on and focus more on the fact that there are more diagnosed cases, and that as this number of individuals increases in our community, that we make sure that we remove barriers that could be in their way that prohibit them from enjoying the full fruits of citizenry. So I don't necessarily want to use that platform to support the notion that herbicides and pesticides are directly linked to the rise in autism, nor do I want to use that platform to suggest that vaccinations are. We know that those theories are prevalent in the literature, and I suggest that communities keep their eyes and ears focused to that. To the degree that there has been such a spike in terms of the number of diagnosed cases, a lot of people tend to believe that that's because we've gotten better at what we do in terms of diagnosing autism. Again, my concern from a social justice perspective is that when we see this spike, that we actually focus our effort on removing barriers, because a large number of individuals in our population are going to miss the opportunity to harvest the gifts that those people bring to our society. That's the platform I want to take on that. I think Dr. Anna's getting up to address some of the other aspects.
Well, you could just think about this. It's only so much our environment can take. You know, if you just keep polluting your environment, of course, somewhere, somehow, something's got to change, because we are destroying our environment. So things cannot remain the same if we keep polluting our environment. So that's just food for thought.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Yeah, my other questions go to Dr. Charles, I think. Is there a therapy adults who have this optimism? Because I'm naive about this optimism thing. Yeah, again, it's like, does it autism? Sorry, autism. Yeah, does this autism develops when a guy or a girl is in her adulthood or his adulthood? And again,
Can you summarize?
Okay, so what you're saying
because
is
the reason why I ask the question is that most of our politicians, you know, when you see them, you think that maybe they need a therapy and all these other people. Yeah.
Take that mic from him. All right. I think Dr. Larry was able to summarize for us that he's been able to diagnose older adult individuals, but those diagnoses are only made by people who were around to provide the medical records and the observations on how they were as children. So anything else, if we don't have those records, anything else that's said about someone receiving the diagnosis of autism after the age of 80, like we heard one day at a conference, Dr. Larry and I, is all, you know, a theory or a hypothesis, because you won't know without the records of observation when they were younger. Thank you for that comment.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sheung Olabinton. I want to ask a question as a class teacher. If you notice a child in your class, maybe the child has symptoms of autism, so what are the steps to be taken for proper and quick intervention? Thank you.
All right. So Dr. Larry Sutton went over the diagnostic criteria for autism. If that child does not meet that diagnostic criteria, something else is going on. So it really depends. Maybe, like Erica talked about, the kid has some sensory issues. You know, there are kids who are neurotypical who walk on their toes. Did you know? I mean, I've seen them. I hang out with them. Right? There are kids who are neurotypical who will flap for sensory input because.
Say the person has got a child, no autism. It's quite random all the time. Something. When you have got problems shifting information and you're looking at your paper, you have to what other people are saying to him to get.
GT is working, or Blazing International is working with the government to make autism management affordable, and all the therapists, if it can't be affordable. Because if you look at, I was just going through this seminar, I got a lot of pamphlet invites. They are how 16 child to make it not child, and I refer to a professional still have problem with behavior. That is, I just noticed that autism management is holistic. You discover that your child is autistic, and okay, I need a speech therapist because my son can't talk. At the end of the day, they achieve ability to speak, but other areas are lacking. So I think, and I encourage it to see what they can do to have maybe a school set up for those that cannot afford the very rich school. Then counsels to moms, especially some working moms that dump their kids at the after school. I noticed that boy is growing up in an after school. He's having problem because this but in after school is there to tame him. Nobody is there to control. So the behavior and the communication is still lacking. And it's concern because we just come, we learn, but we need more than just displays. We need the government, we need NGOs, we need people that can actually set up maybe public schools or affordable private schools. Thank you.
Thank you for your very thoughtful question and your concern. I'm going to give one response to your first question. In the state that I come from, any person that's under the age of 21 that has a diagnosable disability gets free care, which means they get my services for free, they get everyone's care for free. It can happen. It's very complicated. It's very expensive, but the government pays for that. Now, you want to do the second question.
All right, your second question was about that child still having problem behaviors, right? You need to look at what's maintaining that problem behavior. I have kids who are Aspergian, so they have very normal verbal development, pretty decent social skills, but when something happens that they don't like, they'll pitch straight into a tantrum, right? Does that happen with the kids that you're talking about? Is you need to take a big fan of data. Or say you're telling them that they have to read a book that they don't like, right? You put that demand in place, the behavior is the tantrum, the consequence is they don't have to do the task. So for some of those children, the correct intervention is to keep the demand in place until they do it. You know, we're not gonna get to do anything else, we're not gonna get to do anything fun until you do this task. And there's a lot of that extinction of behavior that I find with our more functional kids, because this tantrum to avoid has always worked in the past, and now it's not working. So they have a coping mechanism. I hear what you're saying, and that's a whole other issue.
Well, I have a comment, and I also have a question. Well, my comment is basically to say thank you to GT, because I think this initiative is fantastic. My daughter is a medical doctor, and she said to me, she never really knew that this many cases existed in Nigeria. So for me, I think that's very good. And the fact that, you know, the awareness is catching on from what medical practitioners and broadcasters, I think it is times the young about the politicians. You know, everybody was laughing. But that man made a point, because I'm sorry, but I have to mention this. I was right in the chamber when all of the brouhaha was happening, and I saw it happen live. Nobody told me anything. I saw it all happen. And sometimes you want to ask yourself the question, are these people, you know, don't they need, you know, some sort of medical attention? That's on the one hand. On the other hand, the reason why I asked that question, can you keep doing the same thing to different results? And this goes to Gtbank. That's my bank anyway. GT need to move this up. And when I say this, I am saying that, you know, let's have the teachers and all the medical personnel and all of that, but also let's have government officials. Let's ensure that they attend these events. The reason I say this is because they need, look, we can't sit here. Some of us haven't been to America. You know, thank God, you know, these things are working there. It's not what they're saying, they actually work. I mean, we don't even know where to start. There's so much you can do, GT, as an organization. There's so much Mrs. Akonde can do. With the help and the assistance of the government, we can make all the difference. So GT, I say to you today, please ensure that when you're having these programs, you have representatives from the government and you ears to participate.
That was a very good question, but we're in a country whereby...
Sorry, sir. Hi, can I just respond to the young lady? Thank you very much for that comment, but you know, members representative for the Ogun State this morning. Here we do involvement. And so I got some so let's come.
So I was to your question earlier. We in a country whereby it's unfortunate, the government takes certain things not too serious, and they take certain things very serious. In America, it's different. America is a place whereby the way they look at things is different from Nigeria. For instance, when a child is born right away, if there's any issue with medical problems, the first thing they want to do is they want to get all the. And once service, it was born with Down syndrome, autism, or hearing. If the child was born deaf, practically in time, pediatric child find out at 6 months, is the child making sounds, is the child babbling, is the child making eye contact. If the child is not doing all those things, I get the referral. I go in with a developmental specialist, like a ABA or a developmental specialist, like I said, and we go in together. We look at the child. Now, if we need to make other referrals, like OT, PT, we do that. And once I found that the child has some communication disorders, I make recommendation for speech therapy. And with that, New York City and the United States, every state has different programs. But in New York City, where I am, early intervention right away from maybe had a baby old, he started getting speech therapy because one, the child was born deaf. And you do with a child, you started imitating babbling to the baby, trying to make sounds with the baby so that the sound can start making those sounds. And then if you find out that this child is actually born deaf, whereby there's what we call cochlear implant also. They try to do that before, the audiologists could talk more about that if you need to. They try to do that before the age of 2 because they believe that by 2 is the critical age where a child should be talking. So they have a surgery whereby they implant a cochlea into the child's brain. So in Nigeria, we haven't gotten to all that stage yet. But all we can do is just to keep advocating and try, hopefully one day, they will hear our voice and things will start falling into places.
I would like to say this, though. I have visited the Ministry of Education here, and I have visited the programs for youth, and we're making inroads, it's slow inroads, baby steps, but we're making them. It just won't happen overnight because I come from America, but I feel as though I am an African, okay? So I have some familiarity with how things are done here, how things move, and what it takes to get things to move, and I know it's a slow process. And with cultures, ancient cultures, old cultures, when a child is born different, he has different ways, he looks differently, then that in itself is a problem and it becomes an impediment in the society. So what we're trying to do is create an environment so that these other things, if we create this environment for advocacy, create this environment of awareness, then we can change things once people have some knowledge about these developmental disabilities. So that's what I can offer, that I promise to do, to make these inroads, baby steps. All right.
Good afternoon, everyone. I must say a very big thank you to Gtbank. I've really learned a lot. But I have a problem. I'm a medical doctor, but I'm so sorry to say this. I never saw a child with autism as a medical student. In fact, I never knew what autism, even after to the night. Had autism. Please to incorporate the medical field, the pediatricians into this. And you can even write them a letter to be part of it, to send their doctors, their final year medical students, their doctors, because they are the first people, these children, the mothers who come to my child has a problem. And if we don't understand what it is, I don't know how we can refer. In fact, we had, this year we did our World Autism Awareness Day in National Hospital, and we had up to 550 people coming. And they said they had never heard of autism, a lot of people. Gtbank, we really do need you in the medical field. And I also want to encourage us to make it more practical so that when we are going, after hearing all the theories, we can actually use some of the things and work with our children at home, especially for some of us that are not able to afford. We can go home, sit down, and work with our children. And I understand there are a lot of therapists here, and we really want to have advanced techniques, because some of this we have tried over and over, and maybe we're not doing it correctly or rightly, or maybe we're not getting it right, and some of the children are not improving. We need something more advanced. Maybe the next session, they can go for advanced techniques to help certain children to acquire speech, to stop head banging, and all that. And finally, sorry I'm taking so much time, finally, I have written letters to Gtbank for 2 years, begging them to come to FCT Abuja. We need you in Abuja, please. Even if it's just for 1 day. I know you can go to other places, but Abuja, we have over 10 centers. We have so many people crying for help, and I'm sure they'll be grateful to you if you can just step into Abuja. Thank you very much.
We would very much like to step into Abuja. We would like to do that. And I wanted to say that, you know, not everything has to be advanced technology, as Mr. Daniel said in his presentation. He said, you know, you can accomplish a lot of things using low tech. You can accomplish a lot of things using mid tech. You can accomplish a lot of things using high tech. So it doesn't have to be so advanced. It has to just be effective.
No, I'm just going to be talking about having everyone here somehow signing a petition for us to send to the legislator to say, you need this. So but we need to do it again from here.
Thank you. I just wanted to say that this is the 5th year we have been doing this. And many of you are probably coming for the first year or second year, so you may not be aware of what we've been doing. I, like somebody who comes here to do this and leaves and comes back, has seen a big progress. I am Nigerian, so I know how it was when I left. So to say there's no progress is not really accurate. There's a lot, yes, we put a lot of effort into this. And I think that there's progress being made. The comfort level of even talking about autism has changed from the 5 years ago when we came here. So there is change going on. And as for the medical community, we have made a recommendation to the LUTH that the medical community, not just doctors, everybody involved should also be trained. Because you know us, our culture, sometimes when you see somebody who's a nurse, that is your doctor. You know, when you see a pharmacist, that is your doctor. So we're saying, what we're telling them is that all the people who provide medical care, medical professionals, should also be trained as well. But I want you to just, when you make those comments, especially if you're coming for the first year, find out what has been done already before making those comments. Thank you.
I just want you to know that I have a PhD from a major research institution, and I can count the times on my hand throughout my BS degree, my master's degree, and my PhD. Okay. It's just now becoming a part of our daily speech, autism. It wasn't something that we spoke about. I don't know if Dr. Larry can tell you when he really started working with people with autism, that it always hasn't been, because if you know the history of this developmental disabilities, you'll know that people who probably would have been diagnosed as autism were put in a mental health category. And so we've come a long way. We've come a long way. We've come a long way. All right.
Frankly, it wasn't until the late 1990s that I diagnosed my first person with autism. It just wasn't done, because between DSM-3 and DSM-4, the changes were so significant at that point. The problem I'm having with some of these individuals is I spend a lot of time in our courts with people that are old enough to be from the early diagnosis, and the court is very terrible with you. They'll say, oh, you're a doctor that can do this. All the other people were wrong for the early ones from the 90s, because it didn't exist then. Comment about earlier, when I was here 4 years ago and I talked about autism, they said, it doesn't exist in Nigeria. Show me in the literature, it doesn't exist. I heard earlier this week, we're talking 1.2 million people just here in Lagos, something like that. That's a dramatic change in attitude, change in recognition that it does exist. If Lagos is the 6th largest city in the country, or in the world, I gotta suspect it's gonna be a whole lot larger than 1.2 million. I'm afraid it's gonna be a lot more than that. But it's a system change that has to take place. It's education, it's the pediatricians, it's the whole system. Needs to understand what to look for and then what to do. It's not gonna happen overnight, but you've got good building blocks set right here.
Thank you, Dr. Larry.
Good afternoon. My name is Festus Obi from Benin. I'm the president of Solis International Foundation. I have done some work this year, in April 2nd, we had a work. Ministry of they follow the introduce them to go to our because I'm going to attend. By God's grace, I'm going to be alive and I'm going to be here. So I want GTB to allow this workshop. For example, pediatricians. No. Terms. This medical CBOs. Specific legislators, those can do, and people can lobby
like autism girl. Right now we're still dealing with some system issues. Who owns it? Do the psychologists own it? Do the psychiatrists own it? Does it come from the pediatricians? So these are things that even the medical field, they're grappling with even today. So I will just stop that and take another question. Yeah, okay.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Olaleko Ojo, and I want to appreciate Gtbank for this. This is my second time of attending, and I want to say I've learned so much, even for these 2 days. Also, Blazing Trail. Yesterday, when Dr. Akindayomi was taking us in that syndicate session over there, she mentioned about the political involvement of people with autism. Some of them got their PVC for the first time, which was quite commendable. Now, I want to put this forward. We have more teachers here. I once had somebody who had autism in a class where I tutored, and he had autism. Ordinarily, that secondly, that if we put this, we should just they can also display their. Now, if we don't involve the people in Nollywood into this, now when they want to portray some of these people with Down syndrome, the way they portray them in movies shows that they are to be pushed, beside. Now, I want to say that My Name is Khan, which is a Bollywood movie. This movie also stars like stars in the sky or something like that. On Dyslexia, it's a good one. Can we have artists in Nigeria that will come together, shoot a very good one, put it in cinema, let people come to watch with their money?
Well, there is one. There is a movie that's in cinema that's made with Nollywood. It's called Silver Lining, and it's made for the purpose of making people aware of autism.
All right.
So it's out there. Now, as I mentioned to you earlier, that these are still baby steps. It takes, we're just not going to wake up in the morning and the world has changed, so that everybody knows what autism is. It takes time to work, and good.
About, I want to say, next time, nobody is talking about sexual abuse of these people. I am an abuse survivor. Now, if these people, what are those things that are being done? Because I've seen that, especially people that have Down syndrome, people want to touch them in one funny way. Is there anything that is being done to also create that in the public?
I can make a promise to you. This is what I can promise. I can promise you this today, that next time we have a workshop, we will cover sexual orientation and sexual abuse in our workshop, and I'm going to allow Dr. Sutton to respond.
Yeah, it needs to be a focus study on how to do it from the very beginning.
There is a real problem here that needs to be addressed. Our society, we have a lot of cultural ways. We have to even speak about in the maybe what? Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Very much. Well, children, all diverse rights. Yeah. He goes. He's on moving our socks. I said because that sensitive. Can that
it's not that I didn't about I've seen in other places, that spoke to me about that we still need to be open about what happens. That's what I was saying. But find one single one, but can you compare it to what you find elsewhere, especially in the US? No.
About socks. Yes, and you were listening. You're right. He's hypersensitive to whatever fabric is on his feet. How old is he? 5? And and that's normal within her home, but mom needs to explain to her that when she's out, she's going to have to wear socks and shoes to protect her feet. Can we maybe socks and purposes keep them warm? And I just mom to be safe. That's for that child to be safe.
understand and learn what protect, keep them warm. Her to be run around like other typical children, then that's the goal. So, I mean, don't force the issue of the socks. If the child wants to take her socks off at home in a safe environment, let her do that at home, but explain to her when she's out, we have to put some shoes on. Possibly not the socks, or maybe find some other ones that are a little softer, or something of that nature. Does that help? Oh, did you say spit? Oh, and you know, I think our behavioral therapist will help with that. I have some techniques, but I think she could address that. She's probably dealt with it a lot more than I have.
So again, it really depends on what purpose the spitting serves, right? Is it something in her mouth space that's aversive? Oh, she eats paint. Okay. Fantastic. Paint eaters, we call that pica. Eating inedible things. So pica is really, really, really difficult to deal with because it's automatically reinforcing. What the kid wants to eat paint is to eat paint, and when they eat paint, they enjoy it. So, I know, right? So one of the replacement therapies is you take the paint out of her hand and you give her something that she can chew on that's appropriate. Okay, you also need to find things that are the same. I know this is disgusting and I'm very sorry. Things that are the same texture as that paint, and you can give her that to eat, right? I know it doesn't sound very logical and it doesn't sound very nice, but there are some things like potato chips. If it's the latex kind of paint, fruit roll-ups or fruit leather is very similar texture. So find things that are the same texture, and when she goes to eat that paint, you take it out of her hand and you give her something she can't put in her mouth. And then as time goes by and she eats paint less and less, she's gonna ask for that replacement food instead. So it's about bringing one behavior down and increasing another. It's called the fair pair rule. So we don't eliminate a certain behavior unless we can replace it with an appropriate behavior. So, thank you.
We're taking another question? On the end? Okay.
Thank you very much, everybody, for being a part of this program with us. We've enjoyed having you all present with us. We'd like to say a huge thank you to all the consultants and the expert subject matter individuals, and especially for you guys for coming out to be with us. And I'd also like to remind you that this doesn't stop here. The consultation service starts tomorrow at the Sickle Cell Center opposite Luth, Idiaraba, Lagos. The program starts at 10 o'clock and finishes at 5 o'clock. So see you tomorrow, and thank you again. Hello, sorry. Okay, so I've been asked about and we have your it's to you.